everyone! Hi, how you doing? I'm totally starting the way I usually start, don't worry about it. How's everyone doing? Hi! How are you? Also, hi everyone! Hi Tori, hi Krisha, hi Blank and Mish, how you guys doing? Also, I saw you guys lurking in chat before I even started streaming. It was actually quite funny. I had OBS already open and I was like, oh, let me check something on Twitch actually first. So I was like, okay, let me just open Twitch. I had my browser open so I couldn't see OBS. I did what I had to do. I came back and it was just like stuff in my chat. I was like, wait, is that from yesterday? I read, I'm like, no, that's not from yesterday. Very nice surprise to come back to though. I'm not gonna lie. But yes, so nice to see all of you. How you doing? How's it going? Heads up, today we're going to have me counting 3 OCs, but that does not mean that it's gonna be a shorter stream. Actually, I'm just giving you guys a heads up. It probably means that we're going even longer than usual. Don't worry about anything. It will be really exciting to see though who gets the fan art this time, because it is a coin toss. Tori, don't explode from the excitement. We need you to give me more OCs. No. Okay, yeah. It's it's not a secret anymore. Okay, let me show it off properly. Let's do it right away. Let me show you guys this month's employee of the month after I put it beneath me. I almost had the art on top of me. I almost cropped out my arm. There we go. Last month we had the winner of Rosalina. That's not quite right, is it? It is. No, it is. Me sitting here like, did I get it wrong? No, I didn't. But yes, that is the art that the winner got this time. It's what do you call it? Like the postal stamps thingies, the one that you can collect. Yes. I'm glad that you guys also like it. This is actually going to be a pair. I just couldn't finish the second one yet, because I totally didn't get lazy after finishing the first one. There is gonna be a second one, a matching one with my character on it, because as some of you might remember if you were there for the last stream, this is Momo's OC and Momo entered, like I made sure to match Momo's OC with the one that I entered. So, you know. You're collecting those stamps, let's go. Should I actually start making just a what's it, a collection of stamps for OCs? Me sitting here like, do you want to gacha your postal stamp OCs? I'm sure there is some way to make that work. I'm getting yeses. Yes, I'm giving you guys gacha. This is great. Let's go. I'm not sure how that will be implemented, but I am going to think of something. The D&D Momo treatment? Oh no. Oh no! Because of the exploding, right? But let's not forget, Momo didn't explode yet. Lyra came really close to exploding in D&D though, so... Okay, let me write it down. I finished the schedule, so I can, I think, delete this. Also, I was thinking about something. I was like, oh, Webtoon Wednesdays, because the name is catchy, but I'm also sitting there like, but then I will just talk about webtoons, and I will run out of them at some point, right? So I'm sitting here like, would you guys like that? Oh my god, Toria waiting to be a burp sludge. No. Okay, I have Okay, let me take the employee ad off again. I'm gonna show it off again before we go into the OCs actually. But for now, let me take it off the screen. Um, Actually, it's also quite warm where I am. Like I'm wearing a dress, kind of warm. But I put on the dress this morning, and like you need to know, Saturdays are the days where I go grocery shopping with my sister and my grandpa. Like we pick up our grandpa on the way, and then we go grocery shopping with him. So we go pretty early on, right? I was like, I look outside, I'm like, yeah, it's sunny, but I feel like it's gonna be cold. So I'm like, okay, let me get my rain jacket. I take my rain jacket. I don't even take it, like, put it on or anything. I just take it outside with me. And then the wind was so cold, I was like, oh, let me put on my jacket. And then we got to the grocery store. Like, my sister already only was wearing a t-shirt. Like, okay. But, like, she is warm all of the time. So, you know, we get to the grocery store, like, actually, and everyone is just wearing t-shirts and, like, shorts. And, like, I'm sitting there, like, me with my jacket. And I'm still kind of cold, actually. Yes, your rock god almost exploded. It was actually quite funny. Do you want to actually hear the story of what happened in that D&D session? Currently 39 degrees. No, it's always warm for blank. Oh no. Sydney summer weather. Horrible. Okay, yes to the D&D story. Let's go. What made mom go kaboom? I mean, mom is an interesting way to talk about Lyra, but it's okay. Momo did not almost explode. It was Lyra. It was the rock crunching cosmic instrument, Lyra. It was Lyra that almost exploded. Yes, the rock god. There we go. Okay, so I don't know if you know like the basic rules of D&D. It's gonna be helpful because our DM for that one, he goes a lot more by traditional rules. Like it's still homebrewed by a lot, but more along the vein of traditional D&D. Can't believe that Momo and Lara are moms now. Yeah, I can't believe that either. That is news to me. Let's go. Okay, but D&D, how did Lyra almost explode? Let's go. So we took like this quest from the Adventurers Guild, right? And it was about, did we know actually there was a giant tortoise? I think we did know, question mark. I think we did take that. And it like turned out to be more dangerous than it was supposedly from the Adventurers Guild, because like the Adventurers Guild is like, yeah, oh, it probably has this ability. I'm pretty sure it was like this element, and then it had like thunder or something when we got there, which, if I remember correctly, was not what we were told. It's been a while since we actually went on that mission. But so we go to like these mines where this tortoise is wreaking havoc, basically. And we go there and we fight, and my magic missile, which is actually a spell that is supposed to never misses. Because apparently I need proficiency to do that. I don't know, man. Someone told me, oh, magic missile, that's a great spell to have. You never miss with that one. Also, me having a proficiency of F in it, horrible grade actually. Don't think I've ever had a worse grade than anything. I don't think there is a worse grade actually. But yes, though that's not the point. We fought this tortoise, and like obviously thunder, very far-reaching, right? And I don't remember if Lyra got like hit by thunder itself, like lightning itself. Oh, F minus. Yeah, maybe I should have proficiency F minus. But maybe my DM was like, let's not be that mean actually. But like, yeah. So Lyra was almost dying. And you need to know about Lyra's character. Her character was made in a way where upon death, she implodes. I think it's imploding and not exploding. it's still very, very bad. It's the thing that a star does when it dies, right? It has a lot of reasons, I promise. But like, so if Lyra dies, everything in a good radius is going kaboom along with Lyra. So actually, our best bet is to not let Lyra die, right? In game, none of our characters knew that, you know, Lyra could explode upon death. So so I had my character like go and give her some health potion stuff so she would not be on death's door anymore. And like later on he found out that, oh yeah, by the way, if she dies she explodes, and like, you know, that would have been really bad. And he's just like, oh, maybe I shouldn't have helped her then. I was very close to dying then, I guess. But don't worry, Lyra survived, nothing exploded, and the tortoise died from natural causes. We might have helped to accelerate the natural causes. We might have buried it beneath rubble, if I remember correctly, and waited for it to suffocate or something like that. I think something like that. I just remember us not playing fair. Maybe we waited for it to bleed out as well. I don't know. One of those things. I just remember we did not kill it. We like killed it almost, and then we were like, oh yeah, but like we're gonna die if we continue fighting this, so we're just gonna wait for it to die and hide away for the time being, or something like that. Self-destruction turns into a black hole. I mean, you're not far off actually. I mean, it's not exactly a black hole, but close enough. Maybe Lyra would leave behind a black hole after exploding. I don't know about that. We did not try it out yet. What Tori is hearing is that Lyra could be turned into a grenade if worse comes to shove. Yes. If push comes to shove, Lyra actually has brought it up multiple times that if it goes really bad, she's just gonna explode. Like, we just have to go away and Lyra is gonna explode for us. One of the good things is too, we don't have permadeath in our campaign, which I really appreciate. It's like you die and you respawn kind of deal. So there will be like penalties, like EXP penalties, and like some of your items will be lost if no one goes to where you died after you've died and picks up your items, then they're gone, you know. So like there are drawbacks, but at least we don't have permadeath. Not just a grenade, a cosmic level supernova explosion grenade. Let's go. Oh my god. You know what, Krisha? That sounds like a fun meme to create. Sounds fantastic. Also, let me just make gacha stems for chat to spend something on. If I finish that and figure out how to do it by the time we have affiliate, I can make you use your channel points to gacha. But like, if not, then not. Then we will have to find another way. We need to play D&D sometime. Oh, okay. Like, if you want to play TTRPGs, I can arrange to DM for you guys in our server. I will probably go for one-shots though, because it is quite hard to arrange multiple sessions with people who are in different time zones. And also, it can just be a bunch of one-shots where you can play the same characters over and over again. If you would like that, we can do that. I am always open to playing D&D. I have like, how many rulebooks do I have just sitting next to me? I have 4 different rulebooks just sitting next to me, and that's just the ones that I have on display because they're pretty. So I still have more. I can homebrew based on any game system. We can make it as easy or as complicated as we want to. So that would be great. I almost died. I forgot how to drink. Got too excited about D&D. Okay, we have yeses already. Okay, great. I will write down that I arrange a TTRPG session or game in general for. Oops, I accidentally clicked into the ad instead of the app. um, I will. Oh my god, this is horrible. I clicked into the ad again because it spawns on top of my notes. Me tries to click the note. Actually, did you want to click this ad that we opened right before you clicked, like the millisecond before? Okay, arrange TTRPG session for server peeps. There we go. We will not be able to do it in July, probably, because I already have a one-shot planned with my regular group that I am DMing, which means that I have, let me count, Lyra and Bit. Okay, it's 5 people, so I have 5 solo sessions and then 2 separate one-shots because I split them into groups for the one-shot. So I have 7 sessions next month already, so we can't actually do anything next month. I might have to go for August, where I also have like 3 sessions planned already, but it should be easier to navigate around that than 7 sessions, you know. So yeah, heads up, I don't know. The way I play is not going by the rules of D&D exactly. Because to me, okay, D&D is great, a very great storytelling medium. I am not faulting it for that. To me, it sometimes feels a bit constricting, especially if you want to stick to the established rules of the actual D&D rulebooks that come out. Because sometimes I just want to do what I want to do. Sometimes I want people to roll differently than it would be by the actual rulebooks, you know? So I don't know if I can actually teach you D&D, like the official D&D. But there are a lot of tabletop RPG rule systems that don't work exactly like D&D either way, so there is a good chance that if you go into a group where they are using a different system anyways, that you will have to adjust your understanding a bit anyways. But it should still, like, even with the way I run my campaigns, it should still give a good idea of how it should work. But yes, I'm not dying, not yet, don't worry about it. I might not be able to drink, but that doesn't mean anything yet. Speaking of TTRPG, one of Tori's next OC is based on the Cyberpunk one. Ooh, okay. That's fun. And you're going insane making them like more than usual? Like a lot more than usual? Oh my god, am I getting 4 fanfictions to read out next month? Is that what I'm hearing? I'm kidding, don't overwork yourself, but I will be looking forward to the OC. Would you like a tangerine? Oh my god, did we move on from apples? No comment to the fanfiction amount, is that what I'm hearing? That's great, if no one knows D&D then no one knows that I'm changing the rules as I go along, as I want. Usually not in a way that impedes the players, more in a way where it's more freedom for the players. Because sometimes it's just really cool if your ability hits no matter what and you just roll for what effect it's going to have on you or in general. Because usually you would have to roll to see if your attack hits. But sometimes I'm just like, oh my god, you want to use your ability? Saying like, oh my god, it's so fun. I make people roll, and it's not even to see if it hits, but just for me to see if I give them a drawback, like if it comes back to bite them or something like that. So yeah, you like freedom, that's fantastic. Lovely. Don't worry about anything. Everything will be absolutely a-okay. Tori can offer a variety of quote-unquote fruits. And Oh my god, I have to actually allow your message, Crasher. You got auto-modded. I can't believe it. Don't worry, I believe that you buy them, Tori. I believe it. Can change for the rule to change ever so slightly that you can punch an elite enemy troll in the day and it insta stuns them. I mean, it would for sure affect them. I'm not sure how well that's. Oh, can't wait to. Okay, that makes sense. Can't wait for the rules to change ever so slightly. Yeah, no, actually, sometimes that might happen. I don't know. Sometimes I approve of something that a player does, and I give them a way lower difficulty to get there. But in general, none of my players have complained yet, so I hope that everything is okay. I hope that they're not angry at the way I run the games. So yeah. You will eat all of the enemy. I mean, okay. I feel like the best rule system to go off of for you guys would probably be the Glitter Hearts campaign, and it sounds very cutesy, and it can be very cutesy, but it is basically I'm gonna say magical girl, but mind you, magical girl is very gender neutral, and Transformers and the Power Rangers, they too count as magical girls in this context, okay? Keep that in mind when I say this next sentence. Glitter Hearts is a rule set that is to create a magical girl campaign where, you know, you are the magical girls with transformations and everything, and you get to go against enemies, and like, considering that Kresha wants to punch people and that Tori wants to eat people, I feel like that is the most adequate one, because I feel like that can actually be very plausible in the confines of, you know, that. So yeah. Blank, if you get hit, you get stronger, that's what you want. Actually, that can be possible, yeah. No, never mind. Glitter Hearts campaign, it is for you guys. Let's see if anyone else in the server wants to jump in on that, but like 3 people is already plenty enough. And actually a good amount for a campaign. Especially if it's a one-shot. Or if it's like a bunch of one-shots. Because if it's a bunch of one-shots, then you can have like people coming and going, actually. So yeah. That's great. I think you guys are gonna enjoy a Glitter Hearts campaign. This is a problem for future Crasher. Perfectly. Oh, we love that. And a problem for future Tori as well. Let's go. It is always a problem for future us and never for us. I believe in all of you. Also, magical girls, you're gonna make a new OC. Let's go. Let's go. I have a couple OCs already that I can use as NPCs for Glitter Hearts specifically. So that's gonna be fun. So yeah, if you guys want, we can also make a special OC stream. Maybe have like, when it happens, have a second one in that month, where I allow specifically only, well, not just Glitter Hearts characters, but like D&D characters that people play. So maybe I will plan for that at some point in the future, so we can have a second one. So yeah, so I will be like, hey people, please send me your D&D or TTRPG OCs in general. And then we have a second OC stream for that month. I'm gonna write that down before I forget it, because as you might know, that happens. There we go. I don't want to click into the ad again, please. Have a plus bonus OC stream 1 month for TTRPG OC specifically. Let's go. Then the question is, which OC am I gonna put in there? Because there are some that I'm not allowed to introduce to you guys, because they might become important if you play. And the problem for future Blanky and Tori instantly zeroed in on the fact that Blanky called themselves Blanky. Fantastic. Found out recently that Pathfinder 2e had added a magical girl dedication. Ooh. Makes you want to run a high fantasy game where all the players are magical girls. Hey Misht, if you do run that, let me know. I would love to play a magical girl in your campaign. Me sitting here like, I'm sorry. Me just trying to jump in because, you know, sometimes I too want to play a magical girl, I guess. But yes, there's something to look forward to. I might have to put out multiple polls for that on Discord there, so we can see who would like to participate and stuff like that. Because I have another rulebook that is a bit more edgy. And I have not played with that system yet. But you can for sure punch people in that and fight and stuff like that. I do not know how it would go with the eating someone else. Vampire the Masquerade would be perfect for getting stronger if you get punched and eating other people and actually punching other people. VTM perfect for that, but Vampire the Masquerade is also really dark in the world setting itself. So it has a lot of dark themes and stuff like that. So I'm not sure how comfy that would be for everyone, me included. So yeah. Also I hope, because it's very hot, except for Crusher I guess. The way Crusher is, it's not hot. But because it is for a lot of people, please make sure that you have enough to drink today. Please, please, please. I have a whole bottle of tea with me. It's like 1.5 liters. I'm not gonna dehydrate, so please make sure that you don't either. Also, I'm checking something for a second. Hey everyone, please prepare yourselves. I just checked my microphone input and it's at 27%. So I am going to put it up a bit. I might become really loud for you guys. Give me a second. Okay, I put it back to my regular input. So please, 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 please tell me that you took my warning seriously and actually got ready to put the music lower before I accidentally deafen you guys. Vampire the Masquerade mentioned? Oh my god! You're also making an OC for that too, let's go! I have I have a whole coterie of OCs. Like, I actually put them into a pseudo coterie. Like, I'm playing them separately, obviously. But in the end, they're gonna be in the same coterie, except if I accidentally kill them off in a game, I guess. But, I mean, I can live in denial. It is a state to live in, so that's great, right? But yes, I do want to introduce my VTM characters to you guys sometime soon. But it's okay, I will wait. Next month is probably gonna be one of the VTM characters, because I also used her for Code Vein, and I wanted to introduce my Code Vein character to you guys. So yeah. It's gonna be kind of a double OC kind of deal I guess. So that's gonna be fun. I'm sorry, I did not mean to have your ears die, Blank. I am very glad that the hospital hydrates you though. That is very good of them. Very good work of theirs. Mic is perfect now. Let's go. I'm sorry, I was seeing in the audio mixer that it was doing well, but I was like, I don't trust that. So I opened my settings and I saw it's at 27% only. So I kind of had to fix it. I'm sorry. But yes, that is that. Now everyone, do we want to start on the OCs? Is that what we would like to do? What's going on here? There we go. Me sitting here. I wanted to open some. There it is. That's what I wanted to open. Me using my brain for 0.2 seconds and forgetting right afterwards that I wanted to use my brain. Where did I put my stuff? Look at me being so prepared. I probably put you in there, didn't I? I didn't. Oh my god, I didn't? Where's my boy? Where's my boy? There he is, never mind. Me sitting here like, where did I put him? Is this the proper? This is not the proper one. There we go. Is this? There we go. I got it open, don't worry, I got it so well. I opened too many Google Docs since I opened this one, so it was like way down. I'm so sorry. More yep, it feeds your soul in equal amounts. I'm so glad for that. Let me fill that void. Ravens. Wait, no, you're a crow, right? Almost got the word wrong. So. Yake's super prepared, always. Don't worry about a single thing. Now, let me once again just show off. Everyone, please remember who won last month. There we go. There's the cute little thingy they got as fan art. There we go. It's very cute actually. I really like that I decided to do a stamp. Okay, one little tidbit by the way. Tori got like 5 different sketches or something from me where I was like, pick one please. And with Momo it was like, hey Momo, do you have anything specific in mind? And Momo was like, I thought you said you're gonna decide on what to do. And I'm like, yeah, I will. I just wanted to know if there's like anything specific you would like. And Momo left everything in my hands. So I was like, okay, I'm just gonna do what I want. And this is what I wanted. Yes, eat the Momo stamp. Eat it. It's fine. I have a couple of them. Don't worry about it. Ravens are just bigger crows. Truer words have never been spoken. I need to sneeze. Give me a second. Okay, there we go. But yes, I am going to look forward to who's gonna win the 50-50 later on for whose OC I get to draw. Thank you for the blessings and Gesundheit. Appreciate it. Now, big Trommelwirbel. What's the English word? I don't know. Drum solo, you guys. It's time. It's time. The first OC, as always, is gonna be my own that I will be introducing to you guys. And do you want to know something? Some of you might already know him. A lot of you might already know him. He is the reason we have OC streams as they exist now. He is the OG. I don't know why I did not use him for my first stream. He deserves that. He actually does deserve that. I do not know why I didn't do that. I think he is a bit mad at me for that one. But also, because of that, I have decided you actually get the entire document that I have written out for him read to you this time. Because if anyone still remembers, there was a whole part of the document that I did not read to you guys. There was an entire part of it where it was like, yeah, no, the stream has gone on too long, actually. And I've gotten tired of reading. I'm so sorry. I don't think you guys need to know this part in specific. So yeah. I wonder if you can already guess who it is. If you want to guess, please feel free to. Also, Blank, I will be looking forward to an OC from you in the future. There were a couple of people actually that wanted to submit an OC and couldn't manage this month. So I am also looking forward to their OCs next month. But we do have some to talk about. So let's go! You remember Blank? You remember the OC? You remember my forever yap? I'm gonna give you guys another hint. There is a fanfiction to go along with this character. And I am going to read it to you guys once again. It's not Mish or she. Not surprisingly, because I bullied him enough, she gave me an OC for this month to work with. So, one of the OCs that gets to Toincos is Cheese OC. It was the 5-hour stream. It was, yes. It was the birth room of the OC stream as we have it. Tori also has a thought of who it could be. This is great. Now, before I give you more anticipation to look forward to, let me unveil my boy. It is my boy. There he is. May I introduce you to Cole? You don't get a last name, you don't get his true name, don't worry about it. Just Cole, like the thing that you put into the oven to heat up. Let's go! He is the OG, he is the reason we have the stream. He should have been here a long time ago, but I don't know what happened. Yes, my amazing heating fuel. He is so back. He has the JoJo stand. Okay, actually, I wanted to show you guys the artwork afterwards, but I guess if we're interested in the JoJo stand right now, I can show you the art, the full art, if you would like to see it. Would you like to see it right now before I read everything to you? Because if you want to, I will. We got a yes already. So, where is he? There we go. This is the full art. I hope you guys can see it. The stand is not as JoJo as one might believe. Don't worry about having to read anything. I will explain everything to you, and everything that is featured on there will also be featured on the presentation itself. And if it's not in the presentation, it will be in what I read out to you anyways, so don't worry about it. And the thing in the gray box, grayish, blackish one, that is just because it's a text-based game. I did like a little introduction to his character in the way it would appear in the game, but don't worry about that. Look at his JoJo stance. He about to go hunting. He about to throw down. Anyways, you can't see it like perfectly, but you have his tattoo in the right upper corner of this character sheet. So just know that it exists and that it's complicated and that I don't want to ever draw it again. Because for some reason I thought it was a good idea, and then it was like, oh, I actually have to draw that again if I... Okay, never mind. I'm just gonna... I actually saved it separately, like just as a transparent picture, and I just copy-paste it in and then transform the picture if I have to make it work with whatever angle I have going on. But yes. Eat the stand. Eat the stand. Feel free to. You might get a tummy ache. I've heard eating supernaturals isn't like supernatural aligned things is not good for the stomach, but also, who am I talking to? You are a Void Crow, and you just told us that there is no stomach ache that can ever get to you. So yes. Also, me sketching a bag for the first time in my life, having to draw one. Because I actually had to show off where the tattoo is, in a sense. I didn't have to, but you know, it's for the vibes. Okay, let me get this back, so we can actually start with what we are starting. I guess. You would like to box with the stands? Okay, now see, the thing is, there is a good chance that you might lose Blank. I'm so sorry. This boy does not play fair. I wrote it down somewhere when I was talking to Momo. I wrote it down, and I think the exact thing is, dude's the type of guy to bring a knife to a fist fight, a gun to a knife fight, and poison his opponent prior to a gunfight. So you know. It's not gonna be a fair fight. He does not fight fair. He fights to win. He doesn't he doesn't want it to be a fair fight. Crasher's gonna start boxing too, let's go, I guess. Incredible, love him already, fantastic. Also, Blank, it's fine, you like it? That is great, fantastic. There is a little heads up, especially if we get to the Yandere stuff that I have written down. I am pretty sure there are, like, allusions to sexual stuff in this one. I don't think I went, like, really deep into it. It's just, like, mention of, oh yeah, by the way, like, he's not interested, but, like, if that potential is, you know, triggered, then he might use it to his advantage or something like that. I'm pretty sure that is how I would have phrased it later on. But just a heads up for everyone, just to make sure, like, if you're not comfortable with that, then, me sitting here, like, should I actually start including, like, trigger, or not trigger warnings, but, like, content things on my stuff? Maybe I should. I'm gonna write that down so I don't forget that starting next month, we will be including content warnings, I guess, so that people can be cautious about what they want to hear and what they don't want to hear. You have a bloody keyblade, bring it on. My boy unfortunately has. Okay, you know that meme of I have the power of anime and God on my side? I mean, it's not God specifically, and it's also not anime specifically, but it is me being like, I don't care if he's OP. I mean, the game isn't really a fighting game, so I can make him as OP as I want to because it's not gonna matter. It's like, yeah, he's gonna be good at fighting, don't worry about that. It's not like it's a fighting game that makes it unfair, I just made him a good fighter. Oh my god, because you play Sekiro, you... Okay, I see. Sekiro is never fair, so that is why Cole is fine. Let's go. So yeah. Oh my god, Tori, some of your OCs are starting to have yandere flares. Let's go. I'm so sorry. I'm just a very unapologetic yandere enjoyer. Not excuser. I think what they do is fucked up. But also, sometimes it's so fun to read about. You know? Like, as long as it stays fictional, I'm okay with reading about it all day long. Like, well, not maybe all day long. Some things even I don't like specifically, but like, it really depends. So yeah. Don't worry, I'll see why it's never fair in Sekiro. Oh no. Oh yeah, that is true. I'm gonna be so looking forward to starting next month. Oh my god, because it's the summer sale for what's it called? Steam. I got a few new games as well. Again. I bought like 3 different trilogies. I don't know what happened. I was like, oh my god, a trilogy, let's get it. Oh my god, a trilogy for $3, let's get it. Another trilogy for like $5, let's get it. I might exaggerate. Like, okay, one of them was $3. The other one was, I think, 13, and the other one was like $10. So I have a lot. 9 souls? I did not, no. Also, Crash has the power of Kingdom Hearts on your side. You know what? That might actually work out. Hi, Eclipse! How's it going? How you doing? While I wait for Eclipse to tell me how he's doing, I'm gonna finally write down at content warnings, if necessary, to OC stream presentation. There we go. No, I can't forget ever again. Except if I don't look into my notes up. It's okay. How's it going? And Eclipse doing tired? Oh no. Wait, you pretty much just got up, right? Is that why you're tired? Me trying to remember what time it would be in Eclipse's time zone. Oh, because of a leg cramp. No, that sucks. 9 souls is not on sale for me, unfortunately. The same happened because a friend was like, oh, if you get Fatal Frame, I'm gonna love you forever. And I was like, yeah, that's great. And they're like, yeah, it's even discounted now. I go to Steam, and I see it's not discounted. I'm like, I send them a screenshot. I'm like, not a single one of the games is discounted for me. So I have to wait for a different time. 9 Souls is a very pretty, very depressing, very nice 2D Sekiro, so it's gonna make me cry in more ways than one, is what I'm hearing. It's almost 7 AM. Oh dear. But good morning, Eclipse. I hope the day can only get better from here on. I do hope so, indeed. Fantastic. 9 Souls is on the maybe pile for me buying it. Now it is on my wish list. Let's go. Also, can't wait for your stream later. Let's go. Do you already know what you will be streaming? Also me, I'm getting ready to read out the entirety of Cole's information to you guys. Don't worry about it. Oh, the music for 9 Souls is really good. Okay, that's great. Tales of Symphonia. Oh, okay. I haven't played it, but I've seen... I've seen the anime, but I don't actually remember watching it. I've seen the anime and AMVs. There we go. That isn't know what I should be saying. Me sitting here like, yeah, that's a flex. It's not. Oh my god, let's collab with 2 others. Fantastic. I hope you guys have fun. Yes. Okay. We're gonna be just talking for like 2 more minutes, and then we're gonna go, and I'm not gonna run away from reading out to you guys anymore, okay? Okay. 9 Souls boss backstory is depressing in a good way. I see. Wait, it's like really warm for Eclipse as well, right? Because I was sitting there, oh, if your voice is kind of meh right now, then maybe tea with honey is gonna help, but it might not actually. That might actually make you feel worse if it's that warm. But also I think drinking cold stuff is gonna be worse. So maybe tea is not the worst idea. But yes. Also, I lied. I'm just gonna start reading to you guys. That's not 2 minutes, but also, who is counting? I'm not. Me sitting here like, yeah, it's probably 2 minutes. Looks at the clock. It's not. It hasn't even been a minute. Don't worry about it. Everyone, say hello to Cole. I am about to reintroduce him to you guys because he is the reason we are here. Quite literally. Still can't believe that me yapping about him got us this far. Let's go. Now let me skip the first paragraph that I wrote because that spoils what game he is for, and I am not gonna tell you. I am still holding on to the name of the game for dear life because I'm embarrassed. Don't worry. Don't worry about it. I am just not gonna worry about it either. Now then, let's go. We're gonna start with the general information. If anyone remembers, I did split it into 3 different parts. We have the general information, then we have the supernatural related information, and then we have yandere information. Because obviously I needed a whole separate part just for that one. Don't worry about it. No, I can't let you know the game name. I'm so sorry. I know me saying that I can't tell you guys is just gonna make you more curious. But, it's not a good game in the sense of you that there's like morally fucked up stuff in there. It comes with pages upon pages of trigger warnings. Don't play it. Me sitting here like blank. No, I'm not gonna out myself as a weirdo to you guys by admitting to the game I play. I'm so sorry. Don't worry about it, says the banter. Just move on, please. Okay, I might concede and tell in DMs after the stream and after I have asked a bunch of preliminary questions. Okay? That is when I will consider maybe admitting to anything. I'm so sorry, I will not admit to this. You guys didn't judge me till now, no, but you might just start at this point. It's the kind of deal where you accidentally find someone in the wild who also plays it and you're surprised. And they're surprised. And there is this feeling of shame, but also not as much because, well, if they know what the game is, then obviously they've played it too, right? Question mark? So yeah. You have outed yourself in the OC document about some things. I see, yes. Okay, I will concede in the sense of, if you guys, because I know both Tori and Blank and, yeah, I think I've about had everyone here in my DMs at some point already. If you come bother me in DMs, I might ask a few questions beforehand, but I also might admit to something. So that is the most I can do. Especially with the fact that my VoD is going to be on YouTube and be preserved for however long YouTube is gonna be up. I'm not admitting to anything. I'm sorry. But what I will admit to is that I'm about to read out Cole's entire life story to you guys. Sounds fair? Great, sorry. I'm glad you agree. Also, Blank, it's great that you keep your DMs open, but also you might have to bother me because I might chicken out, I'm not gonna lie. As soon... Okay, I see how it is. Okay, give me the time to actually thank everyone in chat after the stream before I have to answer. Okay. Okay, but let's go. Let me introduce Cole to you guys. Okay. Very basic information about the game without outing anything. It's a very stat grindy game where you play as you are like the player character, the PC for short. And you can like make them act how you want to, like kind of deal. So you can decide which kind of story you want to go for. So a lot of people are making like PC inserts for the game, where it's like, yeah, they have made an OC that fits the confines of what the game gives you for the character that you play, and they have played around with it a lot because like the game doesn't give you a lot for backstory actually, so you're very free to do what you want with your character. Cole is not that. Cole is actually made as an NPC. So, you know, he would be someone that a player could interact with if they were to find him and if they so wanted to. Be the PC of your dreams. Now let's go. Okay. Cole isn't made as a PC insert. He's more of an NPC or maybe even a love interest. At least in my mind he is. He's in his early to mid 20s. If I had to pick a set age for him, it would be 23. And can only be found in his uncle's convenience store, at least initially. If found there, one will rarely see him do any actual work, but try to strike up a conversation with him and he will entertain it gladly. Anything that will give him a good excuse to do even less work. Apart from that, whenever he is manning the counter, he's either on his phone, tablet, or reading books. Personality-wise, he portrays himself differently depending on the situation, but don't worry about that. Most of the time, however, he adopts a very nice boy next door, I'm here to help kind of vibe. Of course, he's not above some friendly or not so friendly teasing now and then. Don't pay too much attention to this next bit, but most of what he does and how he presents himself is very calculated. Not necessarily in a bad way, unless it is, but more in the way of I am presenting myself in the way I want to be perceived. Of course, that also means that he is not adverse to being a complete dick or even just adopting a bad boy vibe if he deems it more appropriate. Okay, this is the next sentence I wrote down. This is like my OC introduction that I posted on TikTok, you need to know. So my next sentence is just, he is my little scrunkly and I love him sobs. Not calculated. I mean, honestly, we can't make anything out of my name at this point. Let's go. Okay. He takes great care of his looks and body, but at the same time doesn't. Like, he will follow a strict skin and hair care routine, but at the same time only keep long hair because he can cut that himself and doesn't have to go to the hairdresser every month to maintain it. Will regularly take the time to do hand treatments to keep them from getting rough, but also never wears sunscreen. Won't drink anything except water flavored with fresh fruits, but will almost exclusively eat ready-made meals, which is very convenient because he lives above the convenience store, but like, you know. Also, I knew I drew him with his hair down, mostly because I just really wanted to show it off. But he usually has it in as much of a ponytail as he can manage with that length, so as you can imagine, half of it is actually falling out again. But let's not worry about that, right? Because of the nature of the town, I feel I have to mention this here. Cole is not overly interested in acting on any of his romantic or sexual interests. Mostly because he has more important things to focus on, and in his mind, these interests just don't serve that. But there are exceptions, or well, one exception. But we get to that when I go into his yandere mentality later. But yeah, he doesn't accept or reciprocate if someone tries to hit on him, and good luck to whoever is unfortunate enough to actually try and cop a feel. I think I kept it at this level for any of the sexual stuff that is going to get mentioned throughout this whole document, so I'm just gonna hope that that does not make anyone feel uncomfortable. I hope that I'm gonna be the most uncomfortable one here, because that means that I actually had to think about the stuff for my OC, so don't worry about it. It might make me the most uncomfortable in this chat. Now, like I mentioned, the convenience store, I think it's like 7-Eleven style, because I think the town could really use that, is in theory run by the uncle. In my mind's eye, I picture Cole's uncle, his name is Ace, as very hot, in a gruff hunter kind of way, you know? Like, do you guys know Supernatural, like the series? Like Sam and Dean, and like Bobby, like something like that. Unfortunately, I will probably never draw him, which is a lie. I will have to draw him, unfortunately, because I decided that Cole is too good to just stay as a regular OC. I'm putting him in as an NPC for my TTRPG that I'm running. So yeah. That is now no longer accurate. I will have to draw the hot old uncle. Unfortunate. Okay, what do I mean by in theory? It will be explained once we get to the supernatural business of all of this, but anyways, the convenience store is still a fairly new addition to the town, opened only shortly after Ace and Cole moved into the town, around a year ago, and seemingly closed at random times. Does the convenience store generate profit? Could one say Cole is not helping with that? I mean, he could stop offering to just give the stuff to people in exchange for quote-unquote something interesting, but look at all the cool rugs and little personal tidbits he's gotten. And really, does the store even need to generate business? Not really, because it is only a front. On another note though, the convenience store is definitely a possible place of employment for the player, because someone has to pick up the work that Cole simply isn't doing. And it offers a very low harassment environment to spend time in. And if the player is lucky, they might even find out about the supernatural business. which is where we go into the part of the supernatural business that I'm about to read out to you. But also, I do have to pay attention to the puns that you guys are putting into chat right now. We have a K-election. Fantastic. We have a K-mender. Wait, and a Carmender. K equals car plus Charmander. Oh my god. Oh my god. The uncle was not the middle-aged person that was making me crash out at some point, but good catch. The middle-aged person is actually also from this game, and I hate him so much. I hate him so much. He's my absolute favorite. He made me humor ship. He is horrible. I hate him so much. The thing is, in this game, no one has like a set gender because like you can pick it, and or like either you pick it or it's like randomized. So there is also a female version of my quote-unquote middle-aged man. But I can't talk bad about her. That's my wife, right? Also, hi Kitty. How's it going? I hate this middle-aged man that I'm absolutely obsessed with. Don't worry too much about it. I'm having feelings about him. Very, very big feelings. I actually kind of, you know, am too obsessed with him. But yes, how you doing, Kitty? I'm about to read the supernatural stuff about Cole to you guys. But before we do this, because I separated everything into 3 parts for my OC, we can chat for a second, everyone. Doing well, just woke up. Let's go. I hope you slept well. If you ever hear me go silent for like just a moment, by the way, that's me probably drinking. If you hear me go silent and then wheeze, that means that I probably once again forgot how to drink. Either way, it's gonna work out, right? Oh my god, you love the OC streams. Glad you caught it. Hey Kitty. Hey Kitty. Do you have OCs? Do you make your own characters? Me sitting here trying to indoctrinate someone else. I almost died earlier because I forgot how to drink properly. It's okay. It was just a small death. Also, while you guys do that, let me just answer RDM I got. Because it's someone wanting to run the background of one of their OCs past me. So I'm just gonna answer. Feel free to, if you want to do it in call though. It would be better to do it after my stream. Okay. Okay, there we go. Fantastic, I answered the DM so fast. I got news. It's alright. Even if your OC doesn't have much lore, we will still more than just appreciate it. Me sitting here like, okay, let me plug my Discord. I can't spell. That is not how you write it. Hey everyone, because we're like already an hour into the stream, let me advertise my OC streams. Join the Discord. So you can send me your OCs either in the channel in our server that is for it, or you can send it in the AMPs directly to me if you would prefer that. Me sitting here like, let me plug the most important part. I will accept any OCs as long as they come with a bit of lore. Like even if it's just enough to fill the presentation page, like that is still enough for me. I will just use you as a buffer between 2 heavy text OCs because there usually are a couple of those. One of them is usually my own, which it gives me a nice breather because then I can just yap about your OC a lot more. So yes, and most importantly, we do Employees of the Month at the end of the stream. So I will be picking one of the OCs that was entered into the OC stream. And it's like a random generator kind of deal. The winner gets free fan art from me. You can see one of the free fan arts already up there. We had 2 winners already. So it switches between 2 pictures right now. At some point it might change back to the other one, I hope. So yeah, let's go. We just really want OCs. I'm sorry. I sometimes I just have to stop everything and advertise so we can get more OCs. So yeah. Oh my god, we might be getting a kitty OC for next month. Also, if it's not next month, then the month after, or the month after, or the month after is also absolutely valid. It's a once a month kind of deal. Also, me sitting here like, hey kitty, do you like tabletop RPGs? Because I agreed with Chad earlier today that we are going to do a magical girl TM gender neutral TTRPG that is gonna be run by me. So, yeah. No, the other text-heavy OCs would never be your story. Don't worry about it. Not the Cartons. The Kale of Approval. We don't need a seal of approval. You're so right. There's a Kale. Even if you're not really familiar with tabletop RPG, it's okay. I run them beginner-friendly on purpose. Because I, too, don't want to learn all the rules. No, I mean, kind of. But also, it's not the reason. But we're gonna have multiple people who will be new to playing. So that should not be a problem. Like, everyone is gonna be new, so I am gonna be doing especially the first session. It's gonna be a one-shot, but the first time, very, very beginner friendly. So yeah, I just wanted to plug that as well. It's not gonna be in July though, probably August, because I have too many sessions in July already. I actually had to count earlier today. I have 7 solo, not just solo sessions. It's 5 solo sessions and 2 actual group sessions next month. So there's that. So yeah, I am gonna be writing about it in the server, and I think actually, tell me if I'm wrong, everyone. We do have I put in a role for the TTRPG pinging, right? Yes. We do have a role in case you don't want to risk missing it. I will be using that role to ping when I actually make stuff for it. Fantastic. K in Kresha is Keisha. Oh my god, if I say it really fast, I could be Kesha. Let's go. Okay, do you guys want to hear about the supernatural business of my little guy now? Now that I've advertised everything, let's go. Now, let's go. The player can find out about the more supernatural part of what Ace and Cole do in one of 2 ways. One is to work at the convenience store and get Cole's love up. This will either lead to Cole helping out during a supernatural encounter and then revealing his actual job afterwards, or, if the player has high awareness, Cole bring it up themselves because he thinks that the player might have information that could help, but actually run into trouble. And he wants them to know that they can turn to him if needed. He totally wants the information. He probably doesn't care if they get hurt. He just wants the information. The other way is completely removed from the convenience store or Cole's likability, but requires the player to wander the forest at night for a chance to run into an investigating Cole there. A lot more dangerous because the likelihood to encounter something else is a lot higher actually. But if you manage to meet him there, it's some caught in the act kind of deal, where he will also reveal that he is a hunter. After the reveal, the player has a chance to encounter Cole leaving for or coming back from jobs. I hope I mentioned his motorcycle at some point in this text. I'm pretty sure I did. I hope so at least. Okay, now that we know how the information can be obtained, let's talk about what the information actually entails. Being a supernatural hunter and being aware of the supernatural is very much a family tradition that has been upheld for a very long time. In general, it goes like this. A child is born into the family and receives necessary lessons on the supernatural and fighting. At 12, they take part in the trial, which will be explained in a bit. If they succeed, they receive their contracts and learn to fight while utilizing their new abilities. At 15, they become active hunters under the mentorship of an older, still active family member. They continue their work as a hunter until they themselves become a mentor. They probably die before retirement, to be honest. I don't see great things for his lifespan. Now, just like every child of the family, Cole started his training very young, and he took to it very well, even enjoying it most of the time. He actually took so well to it that he became the first new hunter in his generation, following the failed trial of his older sibling. Speaking of the trial again, let's actually get into the explanation out of the way. This trial is part of a ritual and is followed by the actual contract ceremony. To get to the contract part though, one has to first face multiple ordeals that are created through an illusion field. This makes sure that the children, because let's not forget that they are 12 at the time, don't actually get physically hurt, but, well, he doesn't really care whether or not something you see is just an illusion or not. Now, one very important thing that will be explained more once we get to the contracts is that the hunters of this family are not allowed to receive help from most outside sources, especially religious institutions. Doesn't matter if they are established big religions or some smaller sects, or even a cult to be honest. So, what every child has to go through is tailored to them and their deepest fears. It is meant to push them to reach out, to take the easy way of asking for help, instead of pushing through at their own detriment. And obviously, the illusions given are mean enough to actually put the aforementioned outside sources in as well. And they are oh so willing to help, offering a helping hand even without being asked. And wouldn't it be nice to take that hand and be free of those nightmares quite literally haunting you? Anyways, unsurprisingly, there is a pretty large amount of failed trials, which is why the family usually has multiple children every generation, just to have some backup. Now, if one gets through this successfully, they go right into the contract ceremony. Fun! As soon as the child enters this part of the ritual, they officially join the family's hunter ranks, which also means that they accept help from beyond. So, to put it very simply, the hunter goes into the ritual with the ultimate goal in mind, e.g., protect the innocent, bring harmony to this specific place, etc. And then the beings that wish to help with this goal step forward. The hunter, at this point, no longer has the choice to refuse the beings that have decided to help, so tough luck if they are unhappy with who came through. In exchange for the supernatural help towards the goal, the hunter, of course, vows to work towards the goal, come whatever, and to carry the names of the beings with them for as long as they are receiving the help. And I mean that quite literally because the names plus a customized protection circle get supernaturally tattooed on the hunters. You are going to see that circle again when I show off the full art once again for him. But yes, he too has one. But what does this actually mean for the hunter? Obviously, the most important part is the additional supernatural abilities that help with hunting. What these abilities are depends entirely on the contracted entities and how much of their power they are willing to lend. Of course, this also comes with some cons. So let me tell you about the biggest con to this entire thing. I mean, apart from signing away your life, I guess. Contracted hunters are not allowed to receive any blessings whatsoever. Or, well, I say allowed, but they get actual debuffs if someone blesses them, no matter if there was any actual intent behind it. Even a bless you after sneezing will have an effect, though it is a smaller one. The reason for this? The ritual itself and the beings that the hunter are contracted to. There's no way to know all of the affiliations, except maybe if you get yourself contracted to a big name in the game. And the entities certainly don't owe the hunters this information. So, in an effort to not offend any of the beings, and also some other smaller things that I can get into some other time, the family has decided generations ago that not receiving any blessings, not aligning with any organizations is the way to go. To make sure that all of the family's hunters adhere to this as well, they added a part to the ritual that will cause a debuff should a blessing be detected. Of course, this also means that they have to be careful during their work to make sure that they are not accidentally committing any taboos against any faiths while they are hunting something, Like, you know, attacking the thing that this small temple is actually praying to. Also, because I feel it is important, but I can't think of a good segue into it. In Cole's family, the way they bring up kids is a bit unique, let's say. As the ritual and the following contracts are a family tradition, it has become crucial to drill into every child born in the family that they cannot rely on anyone or anything except themselves and the ones they are contracted to. And in such, one could say that the upbringing of the young ones is quite neglectful. My bad, actually. It makes sense though. I swear, it basically goes hand in hand with the entire ritual and the blessing debuff I mentioned earlier. Like, the big part of the ritual is to face multiple trials that are designed to make the person reach out for help, right? But if they do reach out, they fail the trial. So, in a sense, the family is preparing the child to be self-reliant enough by the time they go through the trial to succeed. But also, if they fail, the family will actually start taking better care of them, so there is that. Continuing my horrible information placement because I'm already at it anyways. No one in his family uses their real names because names hold power, so it's better if no one else actually knows them. The parents are the only ones who know their child's true name, mostly because they are the ones who have to name their children. But right after giving the child their real name, they just never use it again. Except for when the child learns the name from them later on. Fear not though, because after the whole ritual they get a new name. Which name they get depends entirely on whether or not they succeeded or not. So yeah, Cole is the name he got after getting his contracts and not what his parents named him. Horribly placed into mission over. Fully back to Cole now. Like I mentioned, his older sibling failed the trial, so when the time came for Cole himself to go through it, he kinda told himself that he can't fail, because if he fails, one of his younger siblings would have to be the one to take the place as this generation's hunter. But if he manages to get his contracts, then that means that his siblings are free from their responsibilities towards their family, free to choose whatever they want to do with their lives. Plus, he really enjoyed what he had been taught up until then, so he didn't see a reason to falter in his determination. He got through the trial, maybe a bit mentally scarred, but that's probably fine. And went onwards to the contract ceremony. His goal going in and going forward was protection. Wanting to protect his younger siblings, protect his non-hunter family, protect the unaware from the supernatural, protect the weak from the scary. As a reward, he got 5 beings that entered the contract with him, and his protection circle tattoo engraved on his back, along with the names of all of them. Out of the beings, Letro, nickname not the official name because, as established, names hold power and all that stuff, is the one that stays around Cole a lot more than the other ones. A lot more communicative, a lot more willing to lend power, a lot stronger than the others, and maybe a slight bit obsessed with its favorite hunter. If you guys are curious what Lateral looks like, you can see them behind Cole. That is Letro, that is the entity. As such, Cole has a quite close relationship with Letro compared to the more business-like relationship he has with the other 4 entities. And because it might come up and has a very heavy influence on how Cole is, and won't even make a secret out of what being Letro is, well, kinda. Just know that they are spider-inspired. This means that Cole's preferred hunting style is to string his web to manipulate a situation in whatever way is necessary to have his unaware prey step into the trap he has laid out for them. Speaking of trap, the convenience store is so heavily warded against the supernatural that it is basically a shining beacon in this town. Makes it very safe, but also attracts the attention of said supernaturals. So, why would they do that? Why wouldn't they ward in a less obvious way? The same question has come to many supernatural beings, and too often they have come to the conclusion that Ace and Cole will be an easy target because only fools would make themselves such obvious targets. But, well, a moth to the flame is still a moth caught. Anyways, the entire spider thing also influences Cole's worldview and personality a lot, but let's not worry about that, yeah? Now, why are Ace and Cole in this town anyways? I'm very glad you asked. A town like the one portrayed in this game is a bit of a supernatural epicenter, so rumors abound to spring up. And rumors like that would certainly make their rounds in the supernatural circles. Cole and his uncle, having heard some of those rumors, decided that it would be worth it to check out this town, putting the lifestyle of traveling from place to place on hold for a while to investigate. Knowing that this would be a longer operation and not one of their usual "let's spend 3 weeks here and finish the thread" deal, they decided to open a convenience store. Of course, it is so that they have a front, a reason to be here without making people suspicious. But they also chose this because at night the people who are aware of their business can come by to ask of their more specialized services without drawing attention. By the way, Ace and Cole often have to visit the temple to make sure that whatever they are hunting isn't in some way related to it. The temple does answer those requests but isn't very forthcoming with any other information, which makes sense considering that the hunters are basically outsiders. But it also means that their job is made a lot harder by this. Most days they aren't even allowed to go investigate places of supernatural interest within the forest. Because of this though, both Cole and his uncle tend to still accept jobs outside of town, trying to make sure that one of them stays behind in the town, but closing the store down without warning if that isn't possible. Situations like this are the reason why Cole owns a black sports motorbike, even though he and his uncle usually travel by car. I'm so glad that I mentioned the motorbike. This is very important, you need to know. Important to me and to my heart, not the initial story, don't worry. Now then, as some might have noticed, Cole's title as the Protector, which you can't see right now, it's like, it's on his proper character sheet. Because in the game, characters get titles. It's like, blah blah blah, the insert title here. And for Cole, it's Cole the store clerk at first, and if the player finds out about the supernatural business, the title changes to Cole the Protector. So that is what this is referencing to. Okay, Cole's title as the Protector comes mainly from his life's goal of protecting people from the supernatural. But that is not the only reason I chose that one. After the player finds out about the supernatural main business, the likelihood of Cole intervening in situations, especially supernatural ones, becomes a lot higher. Even if he has no strong opinion or a negative one of the player, he will help out with any supernatural problems he happens upon or is made aware of. Mostly because that aligns with his job and interests anyways. If one gets his love up a decent amount though, he will start to help out with more mundane encounters as well, getting himself involved if he hears the player call out for help, or providing a hoodie or jacket if clothes are drenched or fully torn, among other things. That is the supernatural part of this. So the next part is the Yandere information that I did promise and tease, and that should be news to everyone actually, because even the last time I introduced him, we did not read this. Let me drink something. Let me drink something before I go into this. But also, what do you think about the supernatural stuff that I came up with for him? Do you like it? Do you hate it? There were some drop frames. I hope it wasn't too bad. And me just looking at my PC and seeing, oh, it's drop frames. Let's go. It's spider-coded entity, yes! I need you to know, the way I drew Letro for this art piece, is not the true form. Not at all. Not even close. They look a lot more monstrous, and I love them for it, and I want to draw them so bad, and me being more interested in the entity I gave my OC instead of my OC. The thing is, I made Cole very pretty. I made him a pretty boy for reasons. I was like, oh, he's a pretty boy. That's cute. And I'm like, yeah, but have you seen that monstrous entity I gave him? You enjoy the hunter aspect, the way the role can be passed along. Yes. I did want to, because often you see people like stumbling into the hunter lifestyle, or even if it's like a family business kind of deal. It's more of, a lot more chaotic and not as rule driven and stuff like that. So I wanted to give it some more rules to go by, because they actually do have to follow all of them. So yeah. Letro looks huggable right now. This is great, because that is what it's supposed to do. I don't have a drawing of Letro in the more monstrous form yet, but just now they become more spider, if you will. You would like to read more about the hunter system? Oh my god, don't let me get into the hunter system. Me sitting here like, don't let me get into it, but also me, I'm actually really excited to get into it. I always want to talk about it. Oh. Blank, let me fight the spider. I mean, good luck. Good luck, there is a reason why Cole has not died to his hubris yet. Okay, so... let me see, where do I want to go into more hunter stuff to tell you guys? Me sitting here like, what do I want to focus on? Actually, while I do that, let me show you guys once again. There we go. Do you see this in the right upper corner? That is his protection circle tattoo with the names beneath. You will never guess who's the longest name. Don't worry about anything like that. But yes, hunters in this family, they get taught in like basically all weapons. Obviously, they're gonna be better at some weapons than they are at others, but there is just a general understanding in the family that everyone needs to have at least base understanding of how to wield every kind of weapon that they could come across, just in case they have to improvise out on a hunt. Because like, just because you lost the weapon that you are most proficient with, that is the most comfortable to you, you can't die. Like, that's not how this works, right? So basically, even if it's a weapon that you're not good with, you need to have a base knowledge about how to use them. And it is made sure in the family training that that is enforced. Like, I'm so sorry for these kids that are not even 12 years old. Like, I'm so sorry. But you need to start young to be good or something like that. Isn't that the rule? But yes, that's one of the things. Also, I drew him with a gun because actually in the character sheet, at first I didn't plan to have like the gray black box there. So everything was a bit further to the left, and actually no, I had the circle and the back view on the left of the screen, and then I had like Cole and his entity, and then I wanted to do like another one, like a side view of Cole on the right side, where he would be holding a dagger, but it didn't fit. Like, it made the character sheet way too cluttered. So that got lost, but I need you guys to know. His preferred weapon is not a gun. He uses daggers most of the time. I say most of the time, like he doesn't catch most of the things that he needs to catch in traps actually. But don't worry about that. Don't worry. One thing, you see the halo behind his head, right? This is like a Cole special, in the sense of this is like a visual, I guess, cue to see that he is at the moment using Letro's powers. I have it written down in the about section. Now that you can see it again, you might even be able to read it. But don't worry about it if you can't. But yes, the halo that he has is like specific to Cole. The other hunters don't have that. That is just an visual indicator that he is using Letro's powers, or like that Letro is sharing powers with him. Which is actually really fun because in fanfic, because he is one of the few OCs that I have started writing fanfiction for again. And the one that I'm going to read to you guys later, it does not have that included, but in some others that are not done yet and that I can't read on stream for reasons, there will be like things where one of the characters like catches a glimpse of the halo, but it's like, oh, I guess I saw something wrong because like obviously there's nothing there, right? I just really love it because it's also like I can make other characters guess like themselves because like obviously this is like a supernatural thing with the halo, right? So I'm sorry, that's not hunter related. I am sorry. I just got very excited about that. But this goes into the actual point of the entities that they are contracting themselves with. When I say they the hunter does not have a choice in the ritual anymore, like who enters the contract. I mean this quite literally. Because like they come out of the trial if they succeed, mind you. They come out and they instantly step into the already prepared ritual for the contract ceremony. They step into it and like they don't even have a chance to unwind. It's like a 2-3 second, like you get out of that door or whatever, and you're in the room already where the ceremony is taking place. You're expected to just keep going, like get on your knees basically, and then the entity like you kind of just say, oh, this is my ultimate goal, beings that will please step forward to help me, and that's it. You are now in contract with whoever stepped forward. It really sucks maybe for some of them, because maybe like their goal is same again, maybe it is protection. Maybe the goal is, yes, I want to protect my family, specifically my family. And one of the entities that steps forward is just a lot more decisive in the sense of, well, if you take care of everything that could become an issue before it becomes an issue, then your family is gonna be safe. And kind of is like, yeah, I'm sending you on this murder spree. I don't care if the supernatural beings are actually innocent. They could become a problem, so I am kind of forcing you to do that because you promised. You promised to do whatever it takes to take care of this goal of yours. The only way to get out of these contracts is to fully stop being a hunter. That's the thing, like, you will carry the contracts with you until you stop being a hunter. Until you say, I'm no longer going to be a hunter, I can no longer fulfill my goal because I am no hunter anymore. That is the way to get out of them. But also, if you already went through all of that and into the contract ceremony and stuff like that, it is kind of unlikely that it happens. Like that the hunter would go to be like, oh yeah, actually I changed my mind. It's usually more likely that they die on the job at some point in their elderly years. Well, not elderly, like let's say 40s, 50s. Either they die somewhere around that age-ish, or there is one other way to quote-unquote get out of the contract, which is the entity decides that they no longer want to work with you and no longer want to help you reach your goal. Maybe it's because your goals don't align anymore. Maybe it's because they think, oh, you yourself are sufficient enough to achieve the goal. Maybe they're just like, actually, you're kind of a bastard. You're like, I don't know, man. Like, it's just being really mean. Like, I don't know. Maybe they kind of lost their mind. Wouldn't be surprising with what they have to go through, you know? So that is another way to like kind of get out of the contract, but also it's like not good if the entities leave you in a way, because like you still want to be a hunter in that case, and like then you have less contracts still available to you, less abilities that you can use. So it depends. Ace actually quote unquote, like the uncle quote unquote lost some of his contracts. He's down to 2, but also he is a mentor character and he is a bit older. Like he is, like Cole is in his 20s, right? And the uncle would be already in his 40s, I assume I would put him, because he would have needed to be old enough to actually become a mentor to Cole at 15. Like he would have needed to have enough experience already to do that. So Ace is down to 2 contracts at this point, which are serving him really well. It's mostly, they didn't leave him because he did anything wrong or anything. It's just, if you become a mentor to another hunter, it's kind of like the end of the line kind of deal. It's like, this is the last thing you do before your retirement or before you die on the job protecting your student kind of deal. You know? So the entities were just like, yeah, you know what? It's been a good time. It's been fun, but also we kind of don't want to play mentor to a child. So you do you. Good luck. You're gonna do great. We're gonna go. So yeah, that was fun. The entity could indeed say you are cringe and leave. Yes, very much so. The entities have a lot more control in the contract and like who is in the contract and who enters and leaves it. So there is that. In general, they have a lot of power. Because as long as it aligns with the hunter's goal, they can make the case of you should do it my way, always. You know, just the usual. Just the usual kind of manipulation. Cole is a bit of an outlier because him and Letro are kind of weird together in the sense of Letro is kind of in Cole's brain a lot of the time. Just whispering to him, you know. And because it was like at 12 that he made his contract, and like Letro has had a big interest in Cole all of the time. And, you know, if you get to the Yandere part that I'm about to read to you guys, it makes a lot more sense. Because Cole is kind of Letro's obsession. If Letro is interested in someone else, it is in the way of how can they be useful to Cole. And you know, if you have someone like that around you since you're 12 and stuff like that, it's not hard to adopt that kind of mindset in general and like kind of be like okay with it and like have the same kind of like mentality going on. So Cole and Letro are often on the same page. Letro is really forthcoming with lending power to Cole. There are actually not many situations where he has to call upon his other 4 contracts. He does sometimes, mind you, like they're not being ignored. It's just they're on a more business-like contract form, as I said earlier. So if he calls upon them, it better be worth it kind of deal, right? Like they don't want to be called for like little things. Like if it's something that Cole could do himself, even if he gets hurt with it, they're not gonna be helping. Letro, on the other hand, is very willing to lend power, even if it's not needed necessarily. Like Cole could absolutely be doing this one thing by himself, no problem. But you know, Letro also is gonna lend him some of their power, simply because they can. So yeah. Letro is just vibing, in a sense, yeah. Actually. Krisha using me as background noise for your drawing. Let's go! Fantastic. I hope you have fun drawing. But yes, I got maybe a bit distracted. I don't know how much hunter information there was actually in there. But yes, I have a whole animation not planned, but like in my mind for Cole and how he got like through his trial and like the contract ceremony and stuff like that. I don't know if I will ever draw that, but like it's in my head. It's in my head. Maybe if I become proficient enough, I can actually just beam my thoughts into all of your guys' head so you can see the animation with me. I swear, it's great. Animation, yes! I'm actually not good at animating. In the sense of, I do not have I have Clip Studio Paint Pro, is the license I bought. I would need the next one to actually have proper animation in the program, because right now I have 24 frames to work with, which is like 2 seconds if we're lucky. So yeah. And either I'm gonna just make a bunch of 2-second animations or and clip them together, or actually maybe I will just make use the onion skin from animations, like where you can see through the last layer that you had, so it is easier to have the next panel of like the animation be accurate. Maybe I can do it like that and just put all of the pictures I drew into my animation like editing program afterwards and just make a whole video out of it. Should work too. Who says I have to animate in my in my drawing program anyways? Okay, good night, Mish. I hope you had fun. Thank you for sticking around. Please sleep well. But yes, sorry that once again you will not get to hear the Yandere information about Cole. I've been yapping too much, I'm sorry. I picked Cole for today. First of all, because he is the OC that, as I've said earlier, he is the one that inspired the OC streams. Because Chat just let me keep talking about him. And that brought up the idea of, hey, we could make a stream that's just talking about OCs. And then I brought him in because it was time. I forgot about him. And also because I have so much to say about him, I was like, yeah, we have 3 OCs for this one, so I'm gonna pick one that I have to say so much about, so I can fill some time. But yes, let me drink some water. I don't have water, I have tea. I lied to you. But let me drink something and then we can continue into the Yandere stuff. If I ever stop while reading about it, that probably means that I am pre-reading the next sentence just to make sure that there is not anything in there that could make anyone uncomfortable. Because I would hate to make anyone uncomfortable, so you know. Anyways, everyone hydrate. Actually, it's like 1 hour and 40 minutes in. Please hydrate. Please stretch as well. It's time. Tasty. Okay, fantastic. Let's go. Let's continue. Now, I promised that Cole has great Yandere potential, so I should deliver. Okay, so the potential is definitely there. It is just very hard to get Cole interested in someone. Maybe that's not the way to put it. His highest priority is and always will be hunting, and he is not willing to jeopardize it by growing too attached to someone. Especially if that someone could become a hindrance in the long run. And because of that, Cole is very likely to just ignore whatever romantic or sexual interest he feels towards anyone, stumping it down before it can ever become something serious. But, Caleb, I hear you say, why bring up that he would be a Yandere if he is never going to allow himself to be interested in anyone? I'm so glad that you asked, because this is where it gets interesting. Oh my god, Unshrimp 2, yes. The true way to get Cole interested in someone is to catch not just his attention, but also Letro's. Once the attention is caught, congratulations! Time to be promoted to being his little grayling. Please do look up the grayling. Everyone, I need you to know. I need you to know that's... It's a butterfly. Do you see the vision? Do you see the vision? You're his little grayling. Do you see the vision? Points at Letro, points at Cole. Grayling, butterfly, do you see? Sorry, I'm normal, I swear. You see it? I'm so glad. Please continue to see it. I'm so glad. I'm so sorry. I was so happy when I found it because Grayling actually makes for a pretty cute nickname. That would make sense because like the game is set somewhere in England and grayling is like a very common butterfly to England. I think it was England and not Ireland. Either way, quite common, so it would make sense. So yes. It would make sense without drawing too much attention, right? Okay, let me continue. Okay, important parts. Unfortunately though, that is not a good thing for the person of interest. Lateral is a type to aim for consumption. After all, becoming one with Cole naturally is the only thing that one should desire. Cole too is a little unhinged and feels the desire to consume his grayling, but it is a lot less noticeable. And also he's not actually that interested in acting on those desires, so no cannibalism yet. He will keep Letro and its desire to swallow grayling whole in check for as long as possible. Once it's no longer possible... well, whoopsie. I mean, there is one way to keep both Cole and Letro sated enough to not have it go that far. I mean, apart from playing along to their rules, but neither of them are gonna say what those are, so kudos if anyone actually manages to do that. Like, yeah, play by their rules. They're not gonna tell you what the rules are, but like, you have to stay within their rules, or or their desire to consume might become stronger. Don't worry about it. Okay, let me just check the next paragraph, just to make sure that there is nothing explicit in it. I don't think I wrote anything explicit, actually. Me sitting here like, I don't think so. Also, we are all adults here, question mark? Are you all adults? Is everyone here an adult? I hope so, because I'm not sure, man. Not the ice cream. Let's go. Okay. I have heard back from at least 3 people that we're all adults here. Let's go. If you're a child, I don't know. That's not on me anymore. I gave a warning. There should be nothing explicit. So I just hope that it's gonna be alright. Okay, and that is where we come back to what I mentioned all the way at the beginning of this entire thing. I established that Cole is not overly interested in acting on romantic or sexual interests of his, right? And I did say that it would be different in relation to his grading. I didn't read that out to you guys, but I did say that in my writing. So now I would like to tell you why. If his grading comes onto him, he will absolutely use the opportunity to endear himself to them. But the more important part is that he can also sate his desire to consume by having his mouth on whatever parts of them that he can reach. There's gonna be a lot of bite marks and hickeys, but at least Ledger will stop urging him to eat his grading. At least for a while. Just a heads up, our bets are off if someone actually manages to drive Cole mentally unstable enough, because then none of that is gonna help anymore. He will be absolutely obsessed with the thought of consuming, and Ledger is only going to encourage and reward all those thoughts, because look at them working towards the same goal. No, it's okay. It's the thing is, I don't think it's an 18+ stream, but also I fear that it might become that way if some OCs do get mentioned. There were like 3 OCs that I worked on stream at some point, right? I made chibis of them, and all of them, if I were to introduce them, they're all for the same game that Cole is for. There would absolutely be sexual themes in there. I'm just sitting here like, can I do that to you guys? Can I do that? At that point, I really will have to put content warnings on screen so that people know that there's like sexual content gonna be in there. But yes. If you do love some bite marks, then you're gonna love Cole. Don't worry about it. It's totally healthy if he becomes obsessed with you. Don't worry. The fun thing is also, because of the way I write the fanfiction, because like you can't just be like, oh yeah, the player goes, the player does this, right? So I write in the you, like I think, is that the second person? Like you perspective, so you go, you do this, you do that. So it's like kind of reader XOC that I'm writing for him. Which is fun, right? Okay, let's continue on. On a more positive note though, Cole would not be the kind of yandere to stalk his grading all of the time or to imprison them, especially if he has gone through the process of putting his mark on them. Which is so nice. I'm so sorry. This has to do with the fanfiction I'm going to read to you guys later. Just keep that in mind. I'm so excited for you guys. He would be the type that is very helpful. Oh, you want something to drink but you don't have money or anything interesting to trade? Just tell me your favorite color and we can call it even. Oh, is that you, little grayling? What happened to your clothes? Here, take my jacket. Oh, this person has been bothering you? Would you like me to scare them off for you? Very coincidentally too, he is often nearby or happens upon his grading whenever they are in some kind of trouble. Especially if it seems like a situation is about to turn dangerous. Even more strange is that these coincidences only become more frequent at the same time his grading begins to have more supernatural encounters. He absolutely has the potential to get rid of anyone that is bothering his grayling or shows romantic or sexual interest in them, but, well, there's really no need to. Cole can just make sure that he is the one to protect his little grayling from anything too bad happening. And isn't it gonna be so much more rewarding when Grayling picks him over everyone else in the end? And certainly they will. After all, Cole has been so nice and helpful to them. He is certainly their one constant of safety now, so he knows that it is just a matter of time before he is chosen. And don't worry, he has totally not been manipulating any situations in his favor, ever. That's totally not what would be going on for him, no. Don't worry about a single thing. Back to more unfortunate news. Cole isn't the type of yandere that is like, my life means nothing without you either. So if he doesn't get his desired outcome at some point, he will be okay with just kinda giving in and eating Grayling, only to move on afterwards like nothing happened. Same result if Grayling decides that they don't want to join the traveling lifestyle that is necessary for his hunter work. The only way to not get consumed but also not have to travel around a lot is to agree to move in with or near Cole's family. He will explain that it is for safety, because hunters make enemies in their line of work, and that is the only way to keep them safe, which is very true, and is part of why Cole is making such a big deal out of this. But there's also the need to have his Grayling where he put them, an environment deemed adequate enough if Grayling can't be by his side at all times. That is where I will end the yapping. I will be giving you some more fun facts though that I wrote right beneath it. And then we can talk about him before I go on to read the fanfiction to you guys. Right, I default to male for him because I'm always lacking male fandom OCs. Indeed, that is why he is male. But just know that female and non-binary Cole exist and are identical to male him. They just look the exact same, you need to know. They dress the same way, they act the same way, they have the same hairstyle, same face, same physique, you know. Everything is the same except, I guess, genitalia, but like, you know. Yeah. Oh my god, you guys are gonna learn his new name. Not his new name. His actual name is Azrael. It will never come up again, probably. But that is his name, in theory. He keeps his bike constantly in storage if he doesn't need it, especially while in the game's town, because he doesn't want anything happening to it. Oh yeah, right. I know I drew him with a gun, but please know that he's just as likely to use a dagger or other weapons. It's very important to me that you know that. That is word for word how I wrote it down. The convenience store has a basement. It's very cool down there, trust. I love the basement of the convenience store, actually. Maybe I should make a drawing with it at some point, because it's gonna be so fun! Speaking of, Ace and Cole live in an apartment above the convenience store. One day Cole will take his place as the mentor for a new young hunter, and I'm so looking forward to it. Yes! He's gonna become a mentor at some point. I'm so happy for him. Oh yeah, there is an evolution to the Grayling nickname, by the way. It depends on how high the affection is that Cole has towards the player character. So, just mind you, okay? It starts with Grayling, then goes into Little Grayling, and the final form is My Little Grayling. So yeah. Well, it's not necessarily affection, actually. Maybe I misspoke there. It's not necessarily affection. But considering everything I've read to you with his yandere side, I think you can guess what it is. I think calling it affection is putting it a bit too nicely. I'm sorry. Oh yeah, I wanted to make Cole's yandere tendencies correlate with Ladro's identity as a spider entity. So he wants to weave the web without anyone being the wiser, and then just lie in wait while the prey gets itself caught without him having to do much more. And you know what? I loved it for him. I loved it so much. If the investigations into the town stay stagnant for too long, Ace and Cole will agree to leave permanently to go back to their previous lifestyle and work, because they're not gonna stay there forever, and it's not what's planned for them. Like, yeah, they're gonna stay there a while, but like at some point you just have to accept that if it hasn't happened in the past 2 years, it's not gonna happen in the next one. So it would be smarter to just start up other jobs again that will have um, a higher, how do you say, net positive in general. So yeah, that's what that is. Yeah, in the game, it would be very helpful to feed them supernatural information if they want the characters to actually stay in town. Because otherwise they're just gonna leave after a while. But like if the character, like the player character, keeps telling them about like supernatural encounters they had, or like if they are an initiate at the temple and they tell him about temple stuff, then they will be staying because they are getting information that could be helpful to them. So yeah, that's good. That's that. Oh yeah, Cole isn't even a cannibal. He is not interested in eating anyone. He is not interested in eating anyone. Before anything happens that he gets the grayling, nothing has. That has never crossed his mind even. I'm pretty sure Latro planted the thought in his mind. And that is what happened, and he hasn't noticed that it's actually a Latro planted thought. Or maybe he does know, and just accepted it, because it's not the worst, right? Like, it kind of is the worst, but like, don't worry. It isn't the worst, right? But yes, that means that is all I have for his introduction. I'm gonna open the fanfiction already, give me a second. But yeah, I hope you like him. Me sitting here. I have the same fanfic like 3 times, different titles, so I have to check which one is actually the most current one, so yeah. Yes, just a smidge of cannibalism. I threw my phone down. I lost my phone, let me pick it up. Where did it go? Is it alright? Oh, it's alright, it didn't even scratch or anything. So yeah. I still have to write the POV of Cole for this fanfiction, so there might be a comeback for him where at the end of the stream I will be reading you the next fanfiction, or like the other view of this fanfiction at some point, but yes. What do you think about my surprisingly cannibalistic baby? I love him so much and I hate him because he's so pretty, which means I actually have to put effort into it if I draw him again. Because I was sitting there like, yeah, that makes sense. No, actually, I want to make him a pretty boy because he's gonna lure even more people in. Because, you know, beauty lures people in. Him being a pretty boy is actually directly influenced by the entities. Like, because he got the contract before puberty, right? So, Latro, specifically Latro, made sure that he would be more proficient, quote unquote, at hunting by making sure that puberty hit him really, really well, that he becomes a pretty boy so he can lure prey in easier. So I'm sitting here like, it's like actual lore that he needs to be pretty. So I'm sitting here like, if I draw him again, I have to make him pretty again. So, you know, you love him, but you love Latro more, as you should. Actually, that is the common agreement that I have seen people come to. It is, we love Cole, fantastic, great, give me more. But also, can you give me something about Latro? So yeah, that is the general agreement on that one. I have been thinking about writing something for Latro themselves, completely separated from Cole, like before they contracted with Cole. So that might also be a point that comes up at some point, like as a fanfiction, so there's that. Let me pour some more tea. I think today my glass is actually far away from the mic, so I don't think you can hear it. It would have never anything to do with the fact that they are a big spoopy spider. Have you noticed too? Letra's design for this one is looking very approachable and friendly, very much mother figure in a sense. Like very gender neutral mother figure. You know, the vibes of a mother figure, if you will. Not a mother figure because of gender. But that's like the vibes that I was going for this one. I hope it comes through. Because I want absolutely, like, obviously Cole knows what Letra is like. Like, he has them in his head so much. So, you know. He obviously would be the one to know best what Letra is like. So, I didn't want to put Letra's true form on there. Just know I'm so excited for it because it's gonna be so fun. I love it. And anyways, I'm gonna stop talking about it. I'm gonna prepare the overlay so I can read a fanfiction to you guys. I say like it was hard. That is all I had to do actually. But yes, it's time to read to you. Me sitting here, do I want to look at the word count? No, because I don't know how. Because I have it open on my phone. Oh, never mind, they have an actual word count. It's about-ish 3,000 words only. So that should be a quick read. You're gonna go make popcorn, BRB. Honestly, fair. Oh my god, actually, let me give you guys a small break, actually. Let me give you... everyone take a break. Take a 5-minute break. I will be here. Just yapping about this and that and this. Let me take off the fanfiction reading thingy for a second again. So everyone go get yourself something to drink. Go to the toilet if you have to. I will not say anything of importance for the next 5 minutes. I'm actually gonna look at the clock in... Okay, when the stream is at 2 hours and 10 minutes of uptime. That is when we are going to continue properly. But please feel free to take a little break, everyone. You have been very good sitting here with me for 2 hours or doing laundry in the back with me in the background. I don't know. I'm not gonna be judging. I'm just gonna say, please, if you need something to drink, get something to drink. If you need something to eat, get something to eat. I love how I just have one thing in my overlay that's called star. I was thinking, what is that? And then I realized, no, it's literally just a singular star. So yeah, that's fun. Let me actually see what I wrote down for you guys. Oh yeah, the payment methods are cash, card, or trade. It's fun, isn't it? You can trade anything away, to be honest. This idea started, by the way, not with him trying to get information. This was like in the baby steps of me creating the OC. I didn't even know what kind of like entities I would give him and how close they would be and stuff like that. I came up with that like very much at the beginning because I wanted him to just be like, you know, for the kids, because there's like a whole orphanage and stuff like that involved. He would just, especially for the kids in the town, be like, yeah, no, just pick whatever you want and give me something cool in return. And like, he wouldn't even make a big deal out of it. He would accept like a really cool stone and would call it even. Just because like he was like, yeah, you know what, the kids should have something nice. Like even if they can't afford it, like even if the parents maybe don't have the money to, like the kids should have something nice. So let them just pick what they want and like they can pay with whatever. Like if they bring over Monopoly money, he probably would have accepted that too. He still does that because he would not believe how helpful younger people actually are in information gathering if they like you. Not even in the sense of they pay with good information, but in the sense of if they like you, they come in and they talk to you so much and they don't even know that they said something important, or no one will even realize that was something important, but it was just something that Cole will file away because actually this is really helpful information for whatever. So yeah, that is how it evolved. Let's go. Everyone, please also stretch. It's very, very important. Should I actually put my own OC into the raffle later? Just for the funsies? Should I, everyone? Me sitting here like, should I take the chance away from the people who gave me OCs just so I can put Cole in? I'm gonna be so honest, even if he randomly would have been picked, I would not be picking him. I would roll again, but don't worry about that. Okay. 2 minutes of break time still left, everyone. Please make sure to take a break, actually. Actually, feel free to mute me if you must, so that you can relax from the headache that I might or might not be giving you people. Who knows? Let's go. Let me see. Oh my god, why is there so much going on in Discord today? Me just having messages upon messages in my notifications. It's okay though. It's okay. Don't worry about it. I can hear my sister through the door. Wait, it's not my sister, it's a friend on the phone or something. Chat, I'm listening in. Hush for a second. No, she left. I don't know what that was about. I wanted to know. I want to be nosy. Okay, half a minute of break time left. Everyone, please get ready. Take one last sip if you must. Please, please, please. I'm also gonna take another sip because I have just been yapping throughout the whole break instead of relaxing. Yep, Gossip K, absolutely, yes, yes, yes. K loves to put their nose where it doesn't belong. Especially if it does not have anything to do with me. That's my favorite kind of gossip. Because then I don't have to worry about the fact that I might be in the wrong. Because if I'm involved in the situation, I will be thinking about everything that I could have possibly done wrong. You know, so I love it when the gossip does not pertain to me in any way, shape, or form. It's my favorite kind of gossip. Okay, one last stretch, everyone, and then we start reading fanfiction. Okay, nice. Let me put that on again. Reading fanfiction for my boy. Okay. POV grading. Just so everyone is aware. This is not Cole's POV. It's your POV in a sense. Don't worry about it. A strange feeling had plagued you since you woke up this morning, and even before checking your phone for the date, you already knew that today was the day of the blood moon. A day that you had begun to dread after the incident you had just last month. Trying to think back on it now, you still don't know what happened. One moment you were in your bed, peacefully falling asleep. The next you found yourself in the forest, your feet bare and familiar hands painfully grasping your shoulders to keep you from moving any further. Even without getting closer to finding an answer, you were very sure that whatever the situation was, it wasn't anything good. It could never be, especially not in this town. A shudder runs down your spine as your head provides you with scenarios of what could have been. What could have happened that night if Cole hadn't stumbled upon you, if he hadn't abandoned his hunt to make sure you got back home safe and sound. And that brings you to the situation you are in right now. Another blood moon about to rise in just a few hours, while you sit in the school's cafeteria wishing you could hide away. Across from you sits a friend of yours, or, well, maybe more of an acquaintance. They skip school so much you're unsure if the few times that you two got to spend lunch together qualifies you for being friends. But at least they don't mind your company, and they listen whenever you talk about your worries. Just like they listen to your disjointed retelling of your blood moon experience. You can still remember that thoughtful expression after you finished your tale, their face not relaxing a bit as they got up and went MIA up until this very day. Not unusual for them at least, so you weren't too worried. What was unusual, though, was how they jumped into conversation as soon as you sat down at the table, taking you by surprise, as they usually tend to be the quiet type. But the more you listen to them, the more grateful you feel. It seems like they have spent the last month trying to find a way to solve your situation. You're not quite sure who they could have asked for help with this, but no better than to ask. And who knows, maybe they went to Cole and his uncle. You had been avoiding doing exactly that, already feeling bad enough about ruining their hunt that night. But, well, if someone else asked, then certainly it would be a different story, right? No need for you to feel worse about their continued help if you weren't even the one to inquire about it. These thoughts, however, are quickly dispelled by your friend's voice as they call for your attention. Did you get that? You can't be late to the meeting. The nod you give in response comes more as a reflex than an actual answer, and it seems like your friend can get from your expression that you haven't been paying full attention to what they have been saying. Letting out an annoyed sigh, they pull a marker from their bag and motion for you to give them your arm, which you do readily enough. Meeting at the road leading out of town, they say, writing the words down on your lower arm to make sure you can't forget. At 3 p.m., more words get added to your arm. You are meeting with a man called Dimitri. They underline the name twice to make sure you won't mess it up. Then, after a moment, place a heart next to it as well. You pull your arm back as soon as they let go of it, studying the writing. Your friend leans back in their seat, seemingly a lot more relaxed now that the information has been properly conveyed. Actually, you might want to skip your swimming lessons today, they'll tell you, already on their phone. Dude's from out of town and doesn't like it here, so if you're late, that's your chance gone. And with that, they get up, sending you a wave as they leave you behind at your table. With a small sigh, you get up, yourself, to make your way to your next lesson, the words on your arm giving you comfort even as the rise of the blood moon draws ever nearer. Taking your friend's advice, you end up skipping your swimming lessons, and find yourself at the edge of town shortly after 3 p.m. Since you've arrived here, multiple cars have already driven past you, some of them stopping to ask if you are a hitchhiker, but you send them all on their way, determined to wait for Dimitri's arrival. Belatedly, you do realize that your friend never actually gave you a description of this person. Or maybe they did, but it was when you weren't fully listening. Still, you are positive that you will be able to meet this Dimitri person without issue. Surely. Maybe. Your hand itches to reach for your phone, call your friend and ask for more details, but you refrain yourself, more than aware that your friend is unlikely to answer anyways. And before you can reconsider anyways, a car stops near you. You ready yourself to recite the already familiar words. No, I'm not a hitchhiker. No, I'm not trying to get to the farm. No, I don't want to get into your car. But before you can do so, the man gets out of his car, walking towards you. You prepare yourself in case he tries anything funny, but to your relief, he stops a few steps away from you. He looks at his phone for a moment, then at you, examining you from head to toe. Seemingly satisfied, he gives you a nod. Dimitri, he introduces himself. You are about to open your mouth to introduce yourself in return, but he holds up his hands to stop you. I don't need to know, he tells you. It sounds more like I don't want to know, but you don't let that get to you. Or more like, you don't have the time to let it get to you because Dimitri is already grabbing something from his bag and holding it out towards you. Reflexively, you hold your hand out, accepting the small object he drops into it. Your eyes stay on the object for only a moment before you look back up, planning to ask what this is, or even just say thank you. But instead of being able to voice any of that, you are met with the sight of Dimitri getting back into his car. And just like that, you are left behind. With a shrug, you look back at the small object, able to identify it as a small, palm-sized pouch at least. The string holding it closed is covered in wax, so you wouldn't be able to open the pouch without destroying it. Realizing this, you do the next best thing and bring it up to your face, trying to identify it by smell. Instantly, your senses are filled by sweet flowers, berries, and something ashy. Giving it another sniff, you decide that it is a pleasant smell all around and carefully put it into one of your pockets. You aren't quite sure what else to do with it, but your friend said that they found something to help with your situation, so you decide to trust in them. And from what you've learned from books and movies, you know that you should keep items like this close to your person. Probably. Maybe. You decide to stop by the convenience store on your way back, just in case. With that thought, you make your way back into the town, heading straight towards Elk Street in the hopes that Cole is working today. The way there is fortunately quite short, and you feel yourself relax as soon as the familiar exterior of the convenience store comes into view. Soon you arrive at the door, and take a moment to fix your hair and clothes before making your way inside. The familiar jingle of the bell greets you, and, as you have come to expect from many visits before, Cole sits at the counter paying no attention to who had just entered the store. Instead, he is on his phone, the melody coming from it letting you know that he is playing a game, and seemingly winning with all the grades and perfects being called out in just a few seconds. You walk over to the counter, finally catching his attention. He turns off his phone, putting it to the side as soon as he recognizes you. "My, what do I owe this pleasure, little grayling?" he asks you with a smile, leaning across the counter. You return his smile, about to answer him when you notice his gaze wander down to your hips. For a moment you wonder if you have finally managed to pull an outfit together that actually gets a reaction out of him, your heart giving a small flutter at the thought of it. But when you actually follow his gaze, you realize that it isn't focused on your body, but your pocket. The pocket that you put the small pouch in. The pouch that you wanted to ask Cole about. There. Scratching your previous answer off, "I was just around and thought I should drop by," you decide that there is no need to slowly ease into a conversation if the pouch has already caught his attention anyways. Usually you would wonder how anyone could catch it so fast, but with Cole you have just started to accept it, chalking it up to some weird hunter's sixth sense. And hey, maybe this means that your little pouch actually has some supernatural properties that are going to help you. One can only hope. With that, you carefully pull the pouch from your pocket, putting it down on the counter in front of the other. His eyes wander from the object to your face, the question clear even without him saying it. "Do you know what this is?" you ask. Seemingly taking your question as consent, he picks up the pouch, turning it this way and that as he examines it. For a moment you find yourself lost, admiring him, the way his hair falls in front of his eyes even though he has attempted to keep it back with a hair tie, the way his face looks effortlessly pretty even in concentration, the way the red halo around his head gives him an almost divine aura. Wait, what? Your eyes snap back up to where you just saw the red halo. Or where you thought you saw it, at least, because there's no sign of it anywhere. You shake your head to yourself, wondering if the looming blood moon has finally gotten to you. When you look back at Cole's face, you realize that he is watching you with a worried gaze. "Everything alright?" he asks, to which you give him your most reassuring smile. He doesn't look entirely convinced, but after looking you over once more, goes back to his examination. Feeling awkward just standing around, you decide to fill some of the silence. "A friend got it for me, saying it should help me with..." You stop yourself from mentioning the blood moon, not wanting to risk Cole offering his help in response. Instead, you settle on "stuff" after a moment, keeping yourself from grimacing at how lame that sounded to even your own ears. In response, you get a chuckle, but luckily it seems like Cole is sparing you the embarrassment of actually commenting on your choice. It still has you look away for a moment, your face warm with shame, and totally not because of how nice that small laugh just sounded. Not at all. And to make this even clearer, you decide to move on with your explanation like nothing happened. "Didn't really tell me what it is or how to use it though," you finish with a shrug. Cole gives a short hum in response, turning the pouch around once more before placing it back on the counter. "Looks like a protection talisman to me," he explains. "Not the strongest, but also not weak either. Just keeping it around should help." You eye the pouch curiously, wondering what protection such a small thing could possibly offer, but trusting his words nonetheless. He pokes the talisman a couple times. "My uncle could get you something a lot better though." You meet his eyes for a moment, the intensity in his gaze almost has you thoughtlessly asking for whatever his uncle could offer you. But you catch yourself at the last moment, reminding yourself that asking for more help from Cole was actually the thing that you absolutely didn't want to do. Not after he saved you last time. Not after you cost him a hunt. So, instead, you thank him with a smile, reaching out to take the small pouch back. You startle as Cole catches your wrist, your fingers millimeters away from the talisman. "What?" You find yourself asking but don't receive an answer. Instead, he uses his hold on your wrist to carefully turn your arm. Turns it until the writing on it comes into full view. You already had forgotten about that. For a moment you wonder if the convenience store carries wet wipes so you can get the marker off of you. However, that thought flees your mind when you feel Cole's thumb softly brushes across one of the letters, setting your pulse racing in response. Damn, Grayling, you just carry other people's names around on you like that? He asks with a chuckle, his eyes never once leaving the words scrawled on your skin. You open your mouth to answer, but no words come to mind. And it seems like you don't have to worry about an answer either, as Cole lets go of your arm. With him now looking up at you, you instantly notice the mischievous sparkle in his eyes as he reaches for something beneath the counter. You are about to ask what he is up to when he proudly brandishes a pen, waving it at you with a playful smile. Turn around for a moment, okay? He asks you, standing up from behind the counter. Even without having it spelled out, you can gather what is happening. He wants to write something on you as well. And, well, he was just talking about you having someone's name written on you, so that could mean that he's about to write his own, right? The thought alone has your pulse racing, and you can feel your face heating up once again. You quickly turn around, not wanting your blush to be on full display, and conveniently also doing as you were asked. Another chuckle from behind you. Then you feel a hand lightly grasping your shoulder. You try to keep your breathing even as you feel the warmth radiating from it, but are unable to hide the surprised gasp that escapes you when Cole moves your shirt off your shoulder. You force yourself to stay still, stumping down the urge to turn around or, even worse, lean into the touch. Then, finally, you feel the pen touch your skin. You try your best to focus on the strokes, trying to make out what is being written, but finding yourself disappointed when you can't. Your eyebrows draw together in confusion as you focus on every new pen stroke, but it feels like no letter you have ever seen. And then the moment is over. The pen leaves your shoulder and your shirt is returned to its previous location. All done, he tells you with a pat on your shoulder. You look over your shoulder, trying to catch a glimpse of the writing even though you know that you won't be able to see anything. What did you write? You ask him as you turn back around. To your disappointment, you only receive a shrug in response. You look around the store, trying to find a mirrored surface, but come up empty-handed. Giving up, you face Cole once more. Take a picture of it. I want to see. His answer is a raised eyebrow, but he still picks up his phone. With your back turned, you pull your shirt off your shoulder as your anticipation grows. Maybe, just maybe, it is his name after all. Or maybe something equally sweet. You do your best not to get your hopes up as you hear the camera shutter sound behind you. Pulling your shirt back in place, you turn to Cole, leaning over the counter to see his phone screen. For a moment, you swear that you see his name and your breath catches in your throat. You look up at Cole, your joy obvious on your face. The teasing glint leaves his eyes as his expression morphs into confusion, clearly not having expected this reaction from you. In return, your own expression falls slightly, and you look back down at the picture. It is just as you remember it. Except that there is no name inside. Instead, there is only a single word. Proudly presented on your shoulder, it now reads, Gullible. You feel disappointment flood you, along with confusion. Did you really want him to write his own name that badly? So much so that you even tricked yourself into seeing whatever you wanted? Very mature, you decide to say instead of voicing your disappointment. You lean away from him, noticing the worried look he sends you. You try to come up with something to say, anything to change their mood or topic, but you can't think of a single thing. The disappointment a heavy weight in your stomach that you can't bear to stand any longer. Your gaze lands on the small pouch still sitting on the counter, and you snatch it up. Well, that was all I came here for today, you explain, already walking backwards towards the door. Cole's gaze remains on you the entire time, the worry never once leaving his expression. When he opens his mouth, you decide that you can't risk hearing whatever he is about to say. So, with a short goodbye, you quickly leave the store. With a sigh, you put the talisman back into your pocket and make your way home. Once night comes around, you find yourself clutching the pouch to your chest as you desperately try to get some sleep. Thoughts of what if keep plaguing you, and you swear that you saw a white figure outside your window not long ago. It didn't come inside and left quite quickly, so you have been trying to convince yourself that the talisman is working, that you are safe, and that even a blood moon night is no longer a problem for you. But your brain seems to have other plans. Turning away from the window and pulling the blanket over your head for good measure, you try to calm yourself. Try to think of anything that could help make you feel safe enough to sleep. Your mind, however, wanders from one horrifying scenario to another, not giving you a moment of rest. You spend hours hiding beneath your blanket until fatigue finally catches up to you. You have been marked. Supernatural encounters will become more frequent. Supernatural encounters will become less dangerous. When you wake up the next morning, you don't feel rested. Instead, you feel terror course through you. You go to clutch onto your talisman as you had done throughout the night, only to find that the remains of it are scattered across your bed. Trying to shake off your fear, you make a mental note to ask Cole's uncle for better protection before the next blood moon. Okay, that's it. We're done with the fanfiction. I hope you did enjoy it. I hope you enjoyed not getting a single glance into Cole's head because it's not from his point of view. But I hope you enjoyed it nevertheless. I really have to write the other POV. I want you people to, I want everyone to know what is going on in Cole's head because it's not good. Well, it is, but it's, you know, it's great actually. It's fantastic. I love what's going on in his head. But yes, there's the fanfiction. We are in theory ready with Cole. Ready? No. We're not ready with Cole. We're done with Cole. I have shown you everything I have for this man. There's nothing more I can give you. At least not for him specifically. But yes, does anyone still have any questions about him? Also, because we're about to move to the next OC, let me go bother the person who actually gave me the OC for that one, so that they know that they can, that their OC is gonna be there now. Hey ho. Hey ho as in what pirates do. I'm not calling someone a hoe. Okay? Tori loves it. I'm so glad. About to talk about your OC if you wanna be there for it. Smiley face. Anyways, I'm gonna mind my own business now. I'm glad that you guys like Cole. I'm very tempted to just enter him into the raffle, so I have no excuse to not draw him. But honestly, maybe I should just bully myself into drawing him anyways. Oh, the POV will have absolutely Letro included in talking, yes. Absolutely, yes. Do you guys know what actually happened? Do you want to know what happened in the fanfiction on like Cole's side? Or do you want to be surprised when I actually write it? Yes, okay. The working title for this fanfiction was actually, quote, marking fanfiction. Because, yeah, the reader, the you in this one, Grayling, did not hallucinate anything in this one. Not a single thing has been hallucinated. They saw what they saw. While Cole was actually putting the gullible, like actually writing gullible on it, Letro was there as well, marking them as Cole's. Quite literally marking them so that every other supernatural being knows that, hey, this one is off limit because it belongs to this one. That is what happened. Good work, Crusher! So glad that you managed to finish the art. Are you happy with it? I hope you are. Also, I need to sneeze. I had to sneeze so bad during reading the fanfiction. And I was like, no, I can't sneeze now. I'm reading the fanfiction. So I've been holding it back for a while. Now I can't sneeze anymore. But yes, that is what was happening on Cole's side. Also, that the talisman broke is not an accident. Actually, in the fanfiction that I'm writing for Cole, like his POV, it's not gonna start at the same point as it is for the grading, because obviously there are different points of focus for the grading. His would start at about-ish, where Grayling would like comes into the convenience store and moves on from there. And he does leave the town for a bit on that day, so don't worry about it. You will never guess what he did while he left town. Drinking some iced tea. I lied, it's not iced because I didn't bring ice with me. Because it would have already been no longer ice. But yes. Does anyone still have questions for Cole, or do we move on to the next OC? The person has been informed that their OC is gonna be next, so if they come, they come. If they don't, they don't. That is up to them at this point. So yeah. Actually, I've been yapping about Cole so much, I don't know if there is anything that can still be asked that hasn't been covered. So yeah, let's move on. Okay, this next one. Has anyone played Expedition 33? That's the name, right? Yours is last again, yes. I put this wonderful specimen of an OC in to be a buffer between ours. Okay, that's great. Because I might need some help because I have not played it. And my friend already told me, oh, by the way, there is some things that's like Expedition 33 vocabulary kind of deal. Like, I have a general idea what's going on. Maybe. I know one of the words kind of has to do with something blowing up, maybe. I know that I accidentally ruined something in the game for my friends because I was watching one of them play yesterday, and when you fly as this, I don't know what you are. I asked them, hey, why are you flying around as a rotisserie chicken? Because I was looking over in the Discord stream and I was, why are you flying a rotisserie chicken? And he's like, no, actually, this is like, that dude is like really, really strong and stuff like that. I was just thinking, like, yeah, it looks like a rotisserie chicken. And then it started flapping its little wings. I'm like, why is it flapping its wings? I'm so sorry, like, that's all I know about the game. That's as far as I got. So yeah. We have Achille. I hope the pronunciation is not too far off, because I don't know how to pronounce that in French. I'm so sorry. I'm pretty sure this is Cheese OC, by the way, in case anyone was wondering. So I don't know how to pronounce that, but he said that he was looking for French names. So, you know, I maybe I got to pick the name of the owl, and that's all that I did for this one. But yes, I don't know how to pronounce it. If it is actually French, like if there is like an actual French pronunciation. Because yesterday I was sitting there and forgot to ask Chi actually, because I was sitting there like, Achille. What? No, that can't be right. Achille? Me sitting there trying to figure it out on my own. I'm so close to just using the German pronunciation and calling him Achille. But, you know, I'm pretty sure I'm just gonna go with something close-ish to the German pronunciation in hopes that it makes it sound French. You love this one already? Fantastic. This is our very own Cheese OC. It's the first time he entered an OC. Isn't that exciting? I actually kind of bullied him into giving me an OC. I'm so sorry, Chi. Me sitting here talking to the ghost of Chi because he isn't here right now. Don't worry about it. Because Chi wants to, like he said, he wants to join my OC streams. And he absolutely does. Like, I don't doubt that. We talk about OCs, like, a good amount of times. There's actually gonna be a very special stream for OCs planned with Chi at some point in the future. Which is gonna be like an additional OC stream once again, but like, don't worry about that yet. But yeah, Chi has said that he actually wants to get like art, like actual official art for his characters. And So I was like really annoying about, hey, Chi, do you want to give me an OC? I was also really annoying towards Lyra to give me an OC. Lyra is probably gonna join next month, which is very exciting. I'm really looking forward to her OCs. So yes, but because I bullied Chi so much into, hey, please give me an OC. Hey, don't you want to take part in my OC stream? Um, he had to default to a pick crew, which at least it worked out. So there we go. I'm sorry, Chi. Next time I will wait for you to actually commission art from someone so you have character arts. Also me when I lie. I will probably come to bother him again before that happens. So yeah. Your French brain likes to think that you're pronouncing Achilla right? Okay, don't worry. Same. My brain isn't even French. I'm just sitting here like, it's probably right. It can't be that wrong. You're not wrong. Grabby hands give OCs is very much Calum. There was another friend in the call with us yesterday because I had Lyra, I had Chi in call, and I had another friend in call. And he's not one to drop by streams or like participate in streaming stuff, and you know, at least as far as I'm aware. Maybe he will actually correct me at some point. But even he was like, because I was like, hey, you two have to do work, you have to get to, because I was like, oh, I'm trying to start a solo Reaper run, and I couldn't because I forgot that the game updated so I can play it with mods, and without mods it's so dark. It's so dark I can't see actually. Anyways, not the point. But so she asked like, oh, why are you playing Reaper alone? Yeah, right. Like, why didn't I ask them? And I'm sitting there like, because everyone else has to work, because you have to make an OC, and Lara has to make an OC, and and our other friend he has to fight that thing, something in Expedition 33 that was kicking his ass. I don't know what it was. I just know that it was fun to watch him repeatedly get beat by it. And at some point, he was like, wait, do I have to send you an OC too? I'm like, I mean, you can. You can. I won't say no. Do you have OCs? It's like, not necessarily. And then she jumped in. It's like, no, this one character you have names him. And it's like, that's definitely an OC that you could enter. I'm just sitting here like, yeah, you know what? Fair enough. Please give me OC. Please, please. Please, please, Mr. Friend, give me OC. Keep. So yes. I think he might have thought that I was talking about something for the what's it called? Not what's it called, for the next session that we have for the tabletop RPG. That was bothering people to give me new OCs, but that's something that will come up in solo sessions. Because I do have plans. I do have plans and they are great. Maybe. Possibly. But yes, that's enough. That's enough about an OC that's not even in the stream. And that I don't even know anything about. What's wrong, Crasher? What happened? Why are we scandalized? What happened? Let me drink while I wait to find out the reason. Okay. I am gonna get ready to read it out to you, but I will still be reading messages for a moment longer. Also, if I stumble upon any of the words... Actually, I don't think there are that many French words in there, are there? I don't think there are any... I don't think... Are there? Ooh. Okay, there will be spoilers in a sense in this one. It's not just an Expedition 33 reference. This is an OC specifically made for the game. As you can see in the occupation already, he is dead. As you can see in the about the first point, he is dead. Yeah. I don't know, she said that because I was like, oh, are you gonna give me like a whole like OC document, or like, you know. So this OC specifically might come back in the future when she has a full Google Doc, because he told me if he gives me a full Google document, it's gonna be so full of spoilers and everything. And it's gonna take forever for him to write everything out, because he's gonna be just writing upon writing. He's gonna go so far, like with all of the background story and the lore and everything. I was like, yeah, no, I want that. Please give me that when you have that. We can make it work. We can have it. So yeah. Okay, let me actually read to you guys. She did not send me text that like goes on, but like bullet points. So I'm gonna read the bullet points to you in a second. But first of all, this is Achille. He's 27, goes by he, him pronouns, is male, and was part of Expedition 60, question mark. Maybe he was Expeditioner 60. I wrote it down the way it was written, because I don't know anything about the game. I could be wrong. It's very inspired by it. I think he took a lot of actual parts from the game and did it in a way where his OC would make sense. That's fun, right? Okay, let me read it to you. Achille is dead. As of now, dead. Very dead. This is actually, she told me, the first OC of his that is canonically dead. I have to sneeze, oh my god. Ow. Oh, that hurt my brain. I probably didn't lose any brain cells, don't worry about it. Thank you for the blessing. Ba-bum. Me, I've read one full sentence, I'm already like, where am I in the text? Okay. His expedition, Gamaget, and he was left to face the painters with little to no one. I hope I'm pronouncing that right, because I do not know what a gamma is. I do not know what Gamaget means. I think that is the thing that she talked about, where it's like, it blows up? Explosion something? I think that might be what happened. Maybe. Possibly. Also, you said something about you don't really die, so the character is dead in theory, but also not, question mark? Or maybe we're talking about another OC at that point. I don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong. Okay. Let's keep going. Most cracks on the gigantic paint risk was caused by him, but he was overwhelmed in the end. I'm sorry, I can't give you more stuff. Maybe I should have looked up what actually happens in Expedition 33, like read the wiki to just get the entire game spoiled for me so I know what's going on. And Gomage means like erase, so Gomaget would be the action item. Oh, okay. You know, that would make sense. One way or another, they're gone. One way or another, he's on his lonesome. Now, he lost his grandparents to the Gomage, so I assume that too means that they got erased. His parents to expeditions, so he is kind of alone. He was raised, however, in orphanages and escaped to live on the streets, where he picks up the flute and fighting. So he plays the flute. Look at him go. Multi-talented one. The caretaker that he was the closest with, Gomaget as well, and the blossomed seed of hatred for the paintress. So he has like. Sorry, I just saw something happening on my screen. Has it been doing that the entire time for the Employee of the Month art? Let me check. Let me check. What do I have? I'm trying to fix it on the run. Okay. I hope that fixed whatever I just saw happening on screen. I just saw it from the corner of my eye, so I didn't actually see it, but like something was definitely going on. Okay. Back to the caretaker that also Gamma get. So yeah, Achille has like really hard beef with the paintress, even before becoming like an expeditioner. He took care of a hurt owl when he was out on the expedition, and it stuck with him. That's the small little owl that you can see on the picture with him. His name is Maffeo, and Achille treasures him as he was the only surviving ally, not ally, that's a different thing, ally all the way till the end. It's very cute, right? He bumped into Verso and had a huge fight with Renoir, where he was heavily injured, while at the same time heavily injuring Renoir as well. Although those who play the game would know that it meant nothing. Okay, that's fun. I do not know what that means. I will just believe that it means nothing. I mean, to be fair, Achille died, so who's gonna stop you? Go ahead, Tori. I don't think anyone can stop you. Verso tried making friends, but Achille was dead set for the paintress and wandered alone with Maffeo. He lived with the Gestrals for a period of time to train to be stronger. I think that worked out kind of well, maybe? I don't know. I mean, his status is still dead, so maybe it didn't work out that well after all. Me shading a character. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Chi making a character that makes sense in the canon of the game. Also me, maybe I should slight the character for dying. I'm kidding. I'm not. Maybe. I don't think I am. Oh, I will have to figure out how to pronounce that name. Defeated an Achon by himself. Maybe that was right in pronunciation. Literally shook the continent when he killed Mort Equilibrium. Oh my god. Which is the original accent, and is not in game. I guess. I just believe everything that she is telling me. I have not played the game, by the way. So yeah, that's fun. I would never slander Chi. I say it to his face. I'm kidding. Oh, the last point. He finally reached the paintress in the end after regrouping with Expedition 6T. But alas, he fell at the heel of her. So, he is dead, I guess. I don't know how that works in the game or in this universe, so I'm just gonna assume that he's dead, and then poor Maffeo is now forever left to wonder what happened to his friend. It's very sad. I would ask if you guys have questions about Achille, but like, I'm sitting here like, I have questions. What is an axon, or like, what is that? I think I draw a mock Japanese child? What's that mean? I don't mean not knowing who they are, so I'm just sitting here like, I don't know what that means, even without, like, in context, maybe it would make more sense, but like, yeah, we're not worrying about anything. I'm just taking everything at face value that has just been told to me about this character and the game. Why did it do that? I don't know what the Employee of the Month art just did, but it was funny. I don't... Me saying, like, I don't know what you're doing. Don't worry about it. It's a you think that I do? Okay. Amar did something funny out of the corner of my eye. Right? You saw it too, right? I don't know what it is, but something is going on with that one. Let me check again. Okay, cancel. Let me check. What happened here? Cancel. Yeah, I'm turning them on and off again. Don't worry about it. Yeah, I don't know what's going on there. I hope it's not gonna be a problem. I hope it's not gonna stay a problem, I guess. Is the better part. Also, I'm so close to sitting here and just watching the Employee of the Month art until it does that again. Everyone, I'm gonna keep an eye on the Employee of the Month art to see if it does it again. And if it does, I might figure out what I have to do to fix it. In the meantime, please ask questions about Achille. I'm not sure if I can answer anything, but we can still have questions. It's probably okay, right? Okay, so that didn't do any... Okay, so this worked well. Maybe I fixed it? I hope I fixed it. Or I hope there's just a sometimes problem that crops up. Because I think maybe... It could be, like, I have the picture saved as, like... What do you say? Transparent pictures, right? The background is transparent. But, like, sometimes the files then have, like, a black background. Like, if you open the file, actually, it is transparent background. But, like, in the preview, it has, like, the dark background. So maybe it's something like that it's there for, like, a second, because it has not registered that it's actually transparent. Maybe? I don't know. I'm so sorry. In the meantime, hydrate, unshrimp, and stretch, everyone. Yes, you're right, Crasher. Let's go. It is time, everyone. Okay, it at least doesn't happen when Amara loads in. Me sitting there, so focused on what's going on. What's this? Well, Chi, now you come over, and now the stream, your OC is no longer... I mean, we're gonna wait for Chi to come over so he can answer questions, everyone. Me sitting here, I come answer questions then. LOL. There you go. We are staring, yes. She might be coming over in a second, so if you have questions for Achille, please do put them out there. So we can bother him about it. Oh, also welcome back, Eclipse. Hello, G. You missed me talking about your boy. And there totally was no G-Slender going on in this stream ever. If we would never. Okay, I don't think the Employee of the Month thing is doing it anymore. I think we're good, right? I don't know. Crash, have you been staring at it? Have you kept an eye on it? I've been looking away a couple of times because, you know. Let's go. The owl is dead too? Oh my god. This is the worst news. Worst news. Oh no. So yeah, I did read everything to everyone. Don't worry about that. I totally knew what everything was. I totally understood every single reference. If anyone has questions, please point them towards Chi because I have no answers. It's probably okay, right? Oh yeah, we were talking about the Gamma-Get. Tori informed me that Gamma-Get is like erasing. So is that basically they got erased stuff? You're right, Tori, my bad. I was not confused. I'm never confused. So yes. Oh yeah, I did tell them that you did not work on like a big document for him because it would be full of spoilers. But I also told everyone that your character, this OC specifically, might come back once it's no longer a problem to spoil the game, so that you can give me the full document. And no, you have no choice in that. Please play Expedition 33, let's go, I guess. I'm not gonna buy it now, it's not on sale. But I mean, is it on sale? I think it was one of the games where it was only like a couple bucks off, so unfortunately I'm not getting it. Okay, so it means to fan a snap, let's go. Maybe I can just watch Momo play. No, wait, Momo would have to play on the Steam Deck, so I can't. Maybe I can get you or our other friendo to stream the game from the beginning to me, so I don't have to play it myself, but can see what's happening. Maybe that is. I will play the game by osmosis or something. But yes. Also, I think I fixed whatever happened to the Employee of the Month art. Maybe. Watch me jinx it and now it's gonna do the funky thing again. You could go into New Game Plus, you could, yeah. You're almost done with the side stuff, oh my god. Someone has been busy. Let's go, I guess. I'm not gonna complain. We just have to find the time to actually have me watch you. And I will probably be playing another game on the side or be talking to you or something like that. Because as we know, I cannot concentrate on one thing for long enough. So don't worry about a thing. There we go. Nobody worry about what I'm doing. Dun, dun, dun. There we go. I just have to open something for a second. I've probably fixed it, let's go! There was something funky going on with the Employee of the Month art when it was switching. No, I don't even think it was when it was switching. There was just something black happening. Like something black moving. I don't even know. So, I might have fixed it. Might have not. It might come back. But problem for futures, right, everyone? There we go. Now then, Chi, are you happy with the presentation of your little boy? He's not very little, is he? He's 27. He's actually a grown-ass adult. I will be looking forward to getting a full doc on this one so I can talk about them more. Because then I also want explanation of what that actually means. So yeah. Do we still have questions for Achille and Chi? Because if so, please put them out now, or as they say in church when you're getting married, or forever hold your tongue. Speak now or forever hold your tongue. Actually no, our rules are not that strict actually. I could just go back to this OC slide if we have to. So yeah. Next month when everyone has had the chance to clear the game, let's go! Also, it's gonna be okay, because starting next month there will be content warnings on the screen, so I can just put Expedition 33 spoilers as your warning, I guess. I think that is this how the saying goes in English, isn't it? I wouldn't know. I don't go to church. I'm not invited to weddings. Actually, no one in my... Why is no one in my direct circle getting married? Hey, Chi, I need to be invited to a marriage. A wedding. Please get a move on. Find a way to marry. I need to be invited to a wedding. So I can find out if that is actually what they say. You finished the story and didn't even care about the side content towards the end. Honestly, Crasher, valid. I don't know, actually, I didn't play any of it, so I don't know if there's like a lot in the side stories that you would have found out afterwards. Yeah, I'm sorry, Tori. Maybe I should have asked someone else. Because neither am I. What is it in German? I don't... Do they even say that in German? Me sitting here like questioning the German language. But yes, anyways, if we have more questions, please put them out now while we still have a chi nearby. And if not, we will be going over to the next and final OC of the day. She can probably explain better than you can. Okay, I understand. Yeah, don't worry about it. In general, I accept everything at face value. If it's about games that I haven't played, because why would you lie to me? Like, you know, like if that's your understanding of what happened in the game, then that is your understanding. Oh, in Spanish it's basically talk or be forever quiet. Okay, let me actually look it up. Me, Google. Where's Google? There it is. Speak now or forever. It is speak now or forever hold your peace. Okay, what is it in German? I'm glad that they... I didn't want Google Translate, I wanted the actual phrase that we use and not a translation. Okay, so blank möge jetzt sprechen oder für immer schweigen. It is known enough in Germany to be connected to weddings in people's minds. So it is basically the same speak now or schweigen. Or hold your tongue forever. Not the exact translation, but like that is basically what it is. So yeah. Achille will be back with something else. Let's go. We need that. Achille, Electric Boogaloo, Twy. Oh my god. Because I was reading German, I was like, oh yeah, let's mix German with English. It's Achille 2, Electric Boogaloo, don't worry about it. I got it. Can you confirm that English is stupid? I agree, Eclipse. Sometimes it just doesn't make sense, and sometimes it just doesn't have to make sense. But it's okay. I don't know if the about has included the original Ahon. Yes, I was sitting here. Is it Ahon? Is it accent? Is it accent? Me sitting here trying to figure out what the French pronunciation would be. Me sitting here absolutely beaten up by French. Yes, make Expedition 33 OCs. Anyways, if you make Expedition 33 OCs, enter them in, so I can include them in the next stream. Me totally not saying this with any bad thoughts in mind. I'm sorry. Oh yeah, speaking of music playing, what do you think of the background music? Is it cute? I think it gives Animal Crossing vibes. Also, I'm gonna shut up so you can actually hear it. It's so cute, right? I love it so much. I have the credits linked in my about. But it's so cute, and the creator gave it, well, didn't give it away for free, but like offers it for free. So they just offer you to use their music, like some of their stuff, for free. And I'm like, it's so cute. It's so cute, and it sounds so nice. I'm so happy I found it. Yes, the K is looking back at you guys. Did you notice my eyes move? Let me shut up. Okay, so see how I'm making eye contact with you guys actually when I'm talking? Because like that's the nice thing to do. But like, look, I'm shutting up. And I'm no longer looking at you. I am actually paying attention to what chat is saying, but don't worry about that. That is totally not what I'm doing. But yes. Well then, that means thank you for coming by, Chi. Even though I kind of held you at gunpoint in your DMs for that. So yeah. That will be the end of Achille. Not just in the sense of he is dead, but like in the sense of OC stream. Let's go! You know, it's the detail when I first started it. Let's go! I'm so glad. Sometimes I worry that because I made this overlay very, very full on purpose, because it is supposed to reminisce the very fully ad-covered websites of the early 2000s, if you can remember them. Like the blogs, yes, that is what I'm going for. But then I'm sometimes worried that there's just so much going on that some things just go missing or no one pays attention to. So, you know. Yes, I go from staring at your soul to then looking at chat. And it's very nice of me, isn't it? In IRL, it would actually be the opposite. No, actually, I did it correct. Me sitting here like, wait, what? How do I do it? Okay, so, as you guys might know, I have autism, which makes it very hard for me to hold eye contact. But I have the weird way of holding eye contact of, if the person I'm talking to is talking, I have to look away. And like not make eye contact, because otherwise I will be too focused on that, or like on keeping my face in the proper like mimic and stuff like that, so I won't be paying attention to what people are saying. So me looking away from the person I'm talking to and looking around the room and everything means I am paying attention to what they're actually saying. But then as soon as I start talking, I just make very penetrating eye contact, which is, I've been told, uncomfortable for some people. So actually I got it right. I did it the right way around. Let's go. Thank you. I enjoy laying up there, actually. It's very comfy, surprisingly. I'll just post it. Congrats, Crasher. Did you post it in the Discord or did you post it on Twitter? Or like both? Yes. My bad, Chi. I always come to you when you just got food. My bad. Yes, Chi, please give us more OCs always. Everyone, please give us more OCs as always. I wish for the OCs. Oh my god, Blank, you're back. Hi. Oh my god, hi. Sorry, I haven't seen you in a while, I think. So I got excited. How you doing? Wait, I mean, you were there earlier. I hope you're not doing any differently than you were doing earlier. It's on Discord? Okay, I will be checking out later after stream. I just had a feeling. You know, in a friend's server, my name currently in Discord is the Aura K. You know, like Oracle, but like Aura K. I can just smell it. Yes, your first line was, he is dead. And I love that. Thank you so much. I notice everything. I'm kidding, I don't notice everything. Actually. But yeah. Some things I do notice. Yes, Blank, that is the exact way that Aura K is being spelled. Please make the worst pun. I will approve of it, probably. Are you okay with this? Okay, yeah, I approve of this pun. I approve of it. You would not know how many times it happens that someone makes a pun with okay on accident. I think, was it Lyra who recently went OKK? and a friend of mine and we kind of went in on that. It was like, oh, that should be your next Discord name. Like, yeah, okay, K, actually. The K spelled twice in there, by the way. It's the K of approval, yes! Please make a K pun glossary. Oh, okay. Now, do we want to go over to the next OC? Gee, can I leave your Achille in the future? Because I can't leave him in the past if he comes back next month, right? Oh yeah, also Chi, in case you're not sticking around for that because you're eating or something like that, don't worry about it. Please mind your time. Question mark? That's not a proper sentence, I fear. It's gonna be a 50-50 between Tori's OC and yours on who gets fan art. So that's gonna be fun. Yes, your child is next. Let's go. It's a burp child, yes. Are you all excited? Because I am. I'm about to unveil it. For a second I looked at it and I was like, wait, did I forget to change something? But no. Me in my mind was like, wait, did I update the presentation? Is that still information of a previous OC? No, it's not. I did it correctly. Me checks everything like 4 times. Also me, when I have to do it. Oh god, what if I check wrong every time? Oh my god! It's only been 1 OC since you had to do eye resting. No! We had my OC, we had Cheese OC, and now we have Tori's OC. This week we are working with 3 OCs, but 2 of them have a lot of content to get through, so actually maybe that works out better. Right? Also, yes, behold, insanity made manifest. I need to sneeze. Oh no, give me a second. Okay, I don't need to sneeze actually, never mind. My brain was like, no, now that you know, I don't want to anymore. Also, thank you for the bless you, blank, I appreciate it. Maybe that's gonna help with me not needing to sneeze actually. You were there for my OC, yes! And then we talked about Cheese OC, who I used as a buffer because he's a bit shorter, like information-wise, because she is gonna enter the full OC stuff next month for this one. Because it's for Expedition 33 and he didn't want to put spoilers out there for people who haven't like played it yet, so you know. So don't worry, even if you didn't see Achille right now, he will be back next month. And if Chi is the OC that gets picked later, that means he will be excluded from the pickings next month, by the way. So that's that. Little Kano, the sneeze is going to be unleashed at any time. No! I don't want to. The last sneeze hurt my brain. I can't risk it. But yes! Is everyone ready for the Tori insanity? Actually, I don't want to call it that because I'm very fond of everything that Tori has sent me up until now, so you know. No, Tori, you're not ready. Do you want us to yap a bit more before we go in? Do you need to mentally prepare yourself for us to look at your OC? Is that what I'm hearing? Also, yes, the brain reset sneeze. I'm really good at those. It's fine. We can start. Is that what? But also, yes, I really do enjoy everything that you've sent me. I have enjoyed everything that everyone has been sending me about their OCs. No matter how self-indulgent it has been, it can never be more self-indulgent than what I'm writing for my characters. No, actually, sometimes a good sneeze just wipes your brain completely clean, and you just don't know what happened anymore. It's always helpful to have people around that knew what you were doing. Okay, but let's go. Let's look at Esteri. I hope the pronunciation was correct. I hope I put the stress on the right syllable. But yes, as you might be used to, we do have the me blanking on the word. Okay, very simple. Look, read word, no picture, looks. There we go. Yeah. That's what I wanted to say, but I forgot the words. Basically. Oh my god, Astori! Estarossa? It's okay, don't worry. No one make fun of Tori. It's fine. I recently noticed that a lot of my characters start with the letter C, and I'm sitting there and I'm looking like, oh, my own letter starts with a C. The name I gave to my Yume, which is like a self-insert OC that people use, also has a name that starts with a C. Because I named them a bit differently, because I was like, having the same name is kind of awkward if I talk about my Yume, you know. And like sitting here like, why is everyone having C names? So, I understand. Are you... Crusher is just making new names left and right, let's go. Fantastic work. Now, let's get into Tori's notes. Oh my god, we have like a bit of note at the beginning. Let's go. I'm gonna read the notes to you all first. Let's go. Something OCs go burr. Also, next note is that Tori's ability to keep arguably useless information for years on end is truly outstanding sometimes. This note will make a little bit more sense further down the line, and I will appreciate that probably. Very likely, actually. Okay, something cliche mirror soul eyes. This does not make any sense. I don't even remember what you meant with this one. Oh, a consequence of writing at 3 a.m. Okay, no, that makes sense. I was like, oh my god, mirror soul eyes? What does that mean? Okay, I see. We will find out, maybe. Maybe it will make sense later on. Let's go. We're actually starting on character information now. The name, Estori Amarantine. Is that even a true name? Who knows? I certainly don't. Codename, the Wandering Witch or the Witch of Obsession. Pronouns, any, as they do not care anymore. For the most part, Tori goes with she, them. Okay, just so we know. It won't make sense further down the line. Okay, it's okay. Age? Older than you, bozo. In all seriousness, I don't know, like 3,000 years old? Don't worry about it. Exactly, don't worry about it, everyone. Appearance. Actually, I read the appearance already because I needed it to put on the presentation, and I really love how you wrote it out. I'm just gonna preface it with that. I really love how you wrote that out. Okay. Appearance. It is impossible to say if the appearance they present themselves with nowadays has been the same throughout the years, but well, Astoria values practicality above all else since they are almost always on the move. A single brown ponytail adorns their head. A long grey coat that's been around for centuries is their main companion, filled with more pockets than necessary. Most of them were sewn by a story to make it feel less empty. Most of them filled with little trinkets and journals. Worn brown boots cushion their feet, repaired more times than necessary. A loose shirt so faded by the years you cannot tell the original color, and trousers made and repaired with mismatched grey and brown fabrics. Despite the unique resilience and regenerative abilities of witches, Astori's body is covered in scars. As to why that is, The witch comes with a new answer every time such a question is asked. Though not imposing in height, their fierce pale green eyes and sunken skin makes that detail unimportant. Also, I just saw that you put the actual height beneath that. I did not see that. So on the presentation it actually says height not imposing. Because I was like, yeah, that's a good height indicator. Anyways, the actual height is 159 centimeters, everyone, in case you were curious. I'm so sorry. Maybe I should learn to read a sentence further, but is that really necessary, right? Now, the hobbies are wandering, smoking. As per their words, you humans have developed such a peculiar way to take minutes away from your own life that I cannot do anything but to marvel at this little death stick, and sketching the unnatural phenomena during their travels, be it witch-made or otherwise. About. No one knows the reasons as to why witches exist. The same question could be asked for why the sea is a lie, or why the rain tastes like blood, but one thing is truly certain. To be born human in this world means, for as dire as things get, for as alone, sad and maimed one may get, their humanity assures them community no matter what, and the Institute has made sure of that fact. It's quite the contrary for witches. Lonely is the existence, cursed to never die, to always feel, to always linger. But perhaps none is more cursed among witches than the Witch of Wandering. While each witch is not aware of her sisters, a story is aware of them all, but never interacting with them. Who knows what could happen should two spheres of influence of two distinct witches overlap? Cursed to forever roam the land again and again, should they stop, who knows what may happen. As a witch cannot deny its nature, much like the never-ending snow of solitude, the once forced smile of happiness, or the screams of agony, to deny one's nature as a witch means spell doom forevermore. A story had once tried everything to make their curse stop. Nothing has worked, and many times they have thought about simply embracing their fate and going into the death sleep most witches have fallen into. And that's what they would have done if they didn't meet and witness the last moments of Witch of Happiness, and met for the first and last time the love of their life in the Witch of Death. So far the Witch of Happiness is the only witch to have perished. From that moment on, a story made a vow. If witches do not belong among humanity, then so be it. They will bring all of their sisters together to a place where they shall never experience loneliness, only family among sisters. And if worse comes to shove, a story will murder anyone and anything that gets in between them and other witches, and the full might of one of the oldest witches in this plane will be witnessed, even if it means that they have to break the vows of magic. So try to play nice with a story, and your insides won't be turned into sludge or simply just stab you. Bear in mind that despite the story being a witch, they are not opposed to simply shank you if it was easier than using a spell. That's actually hilarious. I'm not gonna lie. Despite this, they have managed to strike an understanding with the Institute to have some of the sleeping sisters into its care, at least until a story has found out of them. Extra note. Okay. Ah yes, stabbing. Very familiar with that, of course. I'm glad, Blank. We're about to go into extra notes. Let's go. Let me look. Okay. Yes, I will just look further down what else is gonna come, so I have a general idea. So don't worry about that. Extra note. While every witch is tied to you by a single emotion or action, such as hate, love, or hope, among others, a story's obsession manifests itself in a variety of ways. They have said multiple times that not being on the move, i.e. wandering, plagues them with a sense of restlessness that only gets worse over time. But perhaps its most dire of effects is their almost suicidal sense of duty they have towards their sister and seeking a place for all of them to inhabit. And while every witch has a sphere of influence that warps the surroundings in direct ways, such as the never-ending reign of sorrow, obsession warps time itself. Every place where the wandering witch has remained longer than necessary, time loops back. Reflections shatter and bring forth their own memories as to never forget. Humans are not safe from the effect of obsession either. If anything, the worst of its effects befalls them. The thicker the bubble, the worse a human's mind shatters, like glass with no hope of recovery. A single thought consumes their mind. Perhaps the favorite meal will be the only thing in their mind, or maybe even their favorite moment in life, endlessly relieving those feelings until nothing remains. On that note, a story's particular sphere of influence grows the more she remains in one place for long periods of time, and such places remain tainted by her presence even if a story herself has been gone from the place for a long time. Their sphere of influence is unique in that regard. For most witches, the area of influence is at most a 60 kilometers radius that does not grow beyond that. A story theoretically can grow infinitely. Okay, it's actually super interesting. If you ever write something that explores this more, like the whole power system, I would be really interested in reading that. Also, let me know ahead of time if you would like to have it in the OC stream so everyone can know. I'm just really intrigued because that is actually very, very well thought out. And actually, I would even say unique. In the sense, because I don't think I have seen this kind of power system, maybe something similar-ish of oh yeah, you have your sphere of influence. But not exactly like this, I don't think. Oh, you have many things cooked up with a story, let's go. I'm looking forward to it. Please feel free to send them my way if you do write something more, or if you have something more. Yes, don't worry, I will wait until the oven is ready. Okay, notable character. Oh, okay, we get a notable character, everyone. The Witch of Death. For all of her story's devotion towards her sisters, their heart, however, belongs only to one person, Lone. Wait, is it Lone or is it Eon? Is that an L or is it a capital I? Is it Eon? Iona? Oh, that's an I, okay. Okay. Eon. They only met once. Tragically, their meeting was to witness the death of Happiness, an event that neither of them speaks about. Eon is perhaps the perfect opposite to her story's obsession. Death is silent and brings peace. She marks the end of things, something witches do not know or cannot accept. Especially a story whose singular drive is perhaps the reason they became so smitten by Eon among all of the sisters. That's cute. Is it doomed lovers? Me sitting here, are they doomed? But while you answer that, let me read out the list of witches that a story has found. It's question mark for found. So there is that. We have death, happiness, hope, sorrow, anger, justice, love, envy, fear, pride, curiosity, desire, and forgiveness. That's a lot of witches, let's go. Also, hi Dark, how's it going? How are you doing? Me sitting here, hey Dark, do you have an OC that you would like to give me for the next stream? I'm sorry. Don't mind me. I'm gonna keep reading. Kinda, but don't worry about it. Okay, they're doomed, but only kinda doomed. Which means they're not maybe 100% doomed, just 95% doomed. Don't have any. It's okay, Dark. I'm just being very annoying about OCs once again. Don't worry about it. But glad you could make it. How are you doing today? Okay. While we wait for a message, I'm gonna continue with Tori's notes. A story is an amalgamation of multiple concepts that were suddenly thrusted onto your mind at various points the past couple of months and years. But mostly at 3 AM, cause good god, your sleep schedule is just a suggestion at this point. Oh no. I shouldn't be laughing. Please get sleep. The first inspiration is actually from a one-shot you read back in 2016, if memory serves right. Side note, you feel old saying that, oh no. And the fact that you have white hairs don't help either, no. Don't worry about it, white hairs only make you wiser. It's because you're so wise. Don't worry about it. It has nothing to do with that. Funny thing being in your early 20s, if I ask you. Okay, I understand. Ba, ba, ba. Oh, okay, so the one-shot was titled The Witches of the Forest of Solitude. If you could use a single word to describe the one-shot, it would be bittersweet. A brief summary of it is the following. Bear in mind, most of this is from memory. On that note, how in the ever-living fuck does your brain remember this? Something that happened 9 years ago, but not what you ate yesterday is truly insane to me. Honestly, same. Same. I'm gonna read the description in a second. Let me read chat before we do that. 99.9% sure, okay. It's fine. Good morning, Dark Dan. Hope you slept well. Gamble Blanky is speaking. Fantastic, lovely. Okay, me trying to figure out how long the description is. Okay, I think I figured it out. In the solitary center of a snow-filled forest lies a small cabin where two witches live, a reflection of their love, hate, and loneliness. Tori will proceed to give more details about the story before going into their thought process behind them. Behind the child. Totally not potentially. No, never potentially insane. Don't worry. So if we wish to give it a read before proceeding, please take this as a disclaimer. For as bitter as it makes Tori feel, it remains one of your all-time favorite girls love to read. Your number one spot is Always Human. Ooh. For anyone wondering on that note, Always Human OC when brain. Let's go. You know what? Good. Next OC. I don't know if that's actually the next OC. But a future OC. I love that. Okay. More details for that one shot. The story is loosely based on the Sleeping Beauty. It gets a direct mention on half a panel. Okay. At least when it comes to the aptly named Witch of Solitude, she can only cry, and her cries make it forever snow upon the forest where she lives. For centuries she cried in her sleep, unable to wake up for her lonely existence, until the other protagonist of the book wakes her up with what Tori can only surmise is a true love kiss. The moment they kissed, our human protagonist stopped being human. Tori forgot to mention none of them have names, the witch is the only one with a title. Okay. From the translation Tori read way back when, she says that she became a witch because of it. In Tori's opinion, she didn't become a witch but a familiar. Oh, okay, and that's something you'd like to use during the fanfic. Let's go. Tori believes this because of a certain ability the witch has, apart from not being able to die. Her saliva can heal wounds. Tori took some creative liberties with the world Asteri lives in, and change it to any body fluid of a witch. Okay, so we see it could also be blood. We'll see what future Tori comes up with during the fanfic that incorporate that. Side note, for once, Tori started writing the author's notes section first rather than vomiting out on the other section first. Meanwhile, our once human protagonist doesn't or is not shown that she does. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. She had plenty of opportunities to use it. Okay. Having said all that, back to your story, your main idea with all this was, since it appears that witches in the world of the one-shot are very reduced in numbers, but also appears that more of them can be created, for lack of a better word, let's start making more witches like the one for happiness, anger, and despair, among others. Like pillars of the world, if you will, but also never knowing of each other's existence to reinforce the feeling of loneliness of the original one-shot all this is based on. And also assign them a color. In the one-shot, the Witch of Solitude is mentioned to be associated to black. So now Tori has an excuse to color code characters and be low accurate. Lovely. And to finish with this section, it also gives Tori a good excuse for environmental storytelling. If you remember, Tori mentioned that the Witch of Solitude causes a never-ending blizzard. Satori's mind went immediately to what type of phenomena could the other witches cause around them. That's extremely appealing to Tori. Honestly fair. Next would be, and Tori wants to let us know... wants us to let them cook for a moment. Okay, there we go. The SCP verse. Since we can establish from the one shot that more witches could be roaming the world, why not go full throttle into it and make unexplainable phenomena a core thing in this world, and as such make a discount SCP foundation of Tori's own making. Tori swears all of this is just them giving up to make a proper SCP, and they're dragging us along. It's okay. Oh my god, maybe we'll even submit it to the website. I'm looking forward to that. Let's go. Tori must also say a story is essentially their scout, or a trial, if we will, for making more of your OCs share a world and have them as a record keeper of sorts. Ooh. But also a good excuse to write more disaster lesbians. And now Tori will not be apologizing for this. Fair. Arguably, this little fact is not made apparent in the fanfics, mainly because Tori is actively going insane while writing them, and their head is not ready to share those things they have cooked up. Fair. That is also the reason why some of the fanfictions for Cole you are not going to see yet. Also, a story is technically, and Tori is using that term very loosely, the other half of another OC of theirs. They were working on before. Oh, but Tori's very witch-pilled right now. Maybe it has to do with the fact that Tori watched Cookie's Delivery Service like 10 times this month, and re-watching Frieren. Oh, Frieren is so good. Good taste, good taste. So, Story won this month's spot. As a last note, if you haven't noticed already, one of Tori's favorite texts is Girls Love, and by favorite, Tori means that Tori's soul gets physically healed every time she reads one. Let's go. And she will not be apologizing for it, but also once again, Tori has outed herself. It's okay. It is okay. Also, during all this time, your dreams have been plagued by vague images of a story in a Metroidvania-style game, and now you need that in your life so badly. Anyhow, that's Tori's crash out for another time. Oh my god, we get a sneak peek for the next month, everyone. Let's get ready to sneak peek. Tori has decided to narrow down their choices to 3 so as to not become more insane. Okay. Technically it's 4, but that one is a secret and we'll see how she turns out. Quote unquote she. So yeah, for next month, we'll either have a disaster vampire lesbian, extremely filled with angst. That's a VTM character, isn't it? Me reading this is a VTM character, right? If it is a VTM character, let me know, because instead of my code Vane VTM character, I will bring in my disaster lesbian angsty VTM character. So give me a heads up on who it's going to be once you have decided, because then I might switch over to showing you guys my birdie. I love her so much. I made her go through so much as well, though. Okay, so that's the first one we have. The next one is A Little Ball of Murder from Cyberpunk, or a Naga/Lamia, because Tori craves the sanctity and warmth of their scales ever since the last OC stream. You're so right for that. You are so right for that. Naga gang, rise up. Also, and I can't make you think otherwise. Nagas are a top tier choice for cuddles. You are so right. Sometimes I worry about how it would work, because I'm also worried because, like, they have like a human upper body. It depends on the depiction of the Naga, right? But sometimes I worry because, like, if we consider how how the skeleton of a snake works, like, their spine is very different from how human spines work. So for the Nagas that are half human, like that have a human upper body, I'm always sitting there like, how do you make that work? How do you make that work? Because if we are going by proper spine placement, do you think the actual human body, I don't think that would make sense, but do you think the spine placement for the actual human body would just be more of the snake spine and they just have to try really hard to not go flop flop to the sides? Or, and hear me out, because the head is also a question if we go with that, because if we consider how the human head is connected to the spine, we can't have it like angled up the entire time. So if we were to sliver on the ground, that would not be good for the spine and the skull meeting point. Like that would influence it like a lot, right? So if you consider a naga, because like snakes are a lot faster if they use like the whole body to move, right? So yes, I can understand a human upper body naga if they like move slowly and like they have the upper body up and they just use like part of their lower half to move forward. Like yeah, I understand it, but if they have to go fast, then wouldn't they have to have their whole body on the ground? And in that case, wouldn't their face be facing into the ground? And I'm sitting here like, I'm thinking about this way too much. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Okay, now a cyborg naga, I can get behind that. And I can also understand how the spine connection to the skull would work after that. Because you could have like something that actually lets you move it, in a sense. You replace the spine with bionics. Fantastic, lovely. I'm sorry, I've been like a so I'm gonna out myself. You know, that middle-aged old man that I'm a big fan of, right? That I also hate because I'm such a big fan of him. I've been thinking of him because I saw one piece of art that is him as a naga, and in the story he is very explicitly connected to snakes. Well, not in the story itself, because the story isn't done yet, and so a lot of people are asking questions to the actual creator of the game, and so, but he is intrinsically connected to a snake. There is a whole thing where where there's like a plot point that we have not in the story yet, but one of the things is he got saved by a snake. And because the game has a lot of supernatural elements, we could assume that that means it's a supernatural snake. Also, I'm so sorry, Tori, that I'm using your OC page to talk about this, okay? But yeah, so actually I'm surprised that there's not a lot of fan art of him or her as like a naga. But I saw one, so I've been thinking about it. Thinking about it real hard. Because no, actually I think I can get behind it. But then I was sitting there like, okay, but how does this work? I'm actually this close to commissioning someone else to write the fanfiction for me of Naga Dem with my Yume, because I was just sitting here like, I don't know how to write a Naga without absolutely overthinking how their biology would work. Not even in the sense of, because I asked a friend of mine that is like writing fanfictions. I already have a commission for like another fanfiction. We're doing like an art trade for that. Like I get the fanfiction, I do art for her in return. If anyone wants to do that with me, by the way, I'm always up for art trades. You just have to actually come ask me. Anyways, that beside the point. And I asked her like, oh, like, actually I've been really thinking about like Naga Dem, you know, this character as a naga. I've also been thinking about this character as a priest, but that's another story. Don't worry about that one. Did you know that I almost became a nun, actually? I would have actual K-lore reasons. Don't worry about it. But that's not the point. So I asked them, oh yeah, like, can I commission you for the Naga piece, like, afterwards? Because, like, then we can do, like, another trade, and, like, even if she doesn't want art at that moment, I can also pay. Like, I don't mind paying, like, with actual money. And then she told me that, oh, actually, she's not comfortable with that because she doesn't write NSFW, and I'm sitting there like, huh? Me sitting here like, I didn't ask for anything NSFW though, did I? Me sitting there like, I'm not faulting her for that, because she then told me that, oh no, because everyone writes for Naga, it's always NSFW. So it would be really hard to write something that is not NSFW for a Naga. So I'm sitting there like, Okay, I understand how you're not comfortable with that, so I will be looking for someone else to write that. But also, I'm sitting here like, how do I find someone who just writes Naga in general? I don't want a literal smut fic, just that, you know. I don't need that. I need actual I need understanding of how the Naga would work. I need answers of how they move and stuff like that. I need to know how the spine works. I'm sorry. So I am thinking about finding someone who writes for Naga, and not just the NSFW kind. Like, if they also write that, that's not gonna be a bother for me, but like, I just need someone who writes Naga fanfiction so I can commission that. Because I myself, I'm sitting here like, how does a Naga actually work? Oh, sorry. A Naga is basically half human, half snake body. So you can imagine it a bit like a mermaid. Just upper half is human and lower half is a snake. Except in some parts, it's also just a literal snake body with just a snake head. I think that's like the D&D version. The official one. So yeah. Basically just take a big snake and put a human torso on it, and you have a Naga. Tori, I'm so glad that you made sure that anyone who stumbles across the stream right now is not worried about anything and that knows that we're totally normal about everything. And yeah. Hydrate, stretch, and unshrive. Yes, thank you, Kresha. Chat, it's time to drink something and stretch, please. K-Logger Wild, yes. It was actually, becoming a nun was on the table for me for a long time. Not because of fate reasons specifically. Like, I grew up Christian. Like, where I live is a very Christian, like, part of the world. So it's not like I grew up without Christianity, but like, my family was like never the type to go to church every Sunday. But there were other reasons for me to consider going in, just becoming a nun. Most of these had to do with I don't want to put it too dramatic. Me sitting here like, how do I make it sound less dramatic than that? Okay, I can't make it sound less dramatic, I think. Most of the reasons had to do with surviving. So, you know, it would have been, at that point, one of the few ways of getting to a place where surviving would be easier, in a sense, or more viable. Even if that meant kind of going into the service of another for that. So there it is. Yeah, maybe I should have just seen what Kresha said after the Naga question. Yeah, half human, half serpent. Usually a divine being. Yes, usually yes. A lot of people nowadays, like, sometimes they still treat them as such. But a lot of the time, they also, sometimes it's just like a full-on race. Like, especially if you write fantasy, sometimes people just put in an entire race of Naga, where they are no longer divine beings in that sense. So yeah. Giphead, thank you. What is the counter? Oh, the counter for Medusa. Right, it's a mirror in it. Or being blind. I mean, it's not a mirror that he used. There was a shield that mirrored, but same difference, right? Okay. Also, I just read the last sentence of what you wrote, Tori, and I don't think anyone has outed themselves more than me just now about that Naga thing. like I'm sorry. I think I outed myself more about the Naga right now than you could have ever. Don't worry about it. Also, before we go into the Babu, I know how to speak. I totally do. Because it is time to switch over to your fanfiction. So, if anyone has questions for a story, do please put them out now so that Tori can answer them. Shiny stone would work too. Oh, we love shiny stones. Or it being dark. Fair. Or something else entirely. Oh my god. Krishna's bringing in more? Wow, this deck has changed a lot. What happened? I just reloaded it. It's probably gonna be alright. Check memes now. Wait. What's in the memes? Me sitting here, I have to make sure what is... Oh no! Oh no, why would you do this? Okay, Crasher, I see how it is. Oh my god, should I make it loud enough that you can actually hear it through the mic? What is it even saying?
I absolve you of your sins. You have been forgiven.
Honestly.
I absolve you of your sins. You have been forgiven. I absolve you of your sins.
Now let me pause you. Goodbye. There we go. You need to know, you don't have the visual along with it, but it's like a TikTok, and like it's a priest doing the "your sins have been forgiven," right? And someone stitched it as a duet, which is a thing you can do on TikTok, as long as the other person hasn't turned it off. So they duetted it. So on one side you're seeing the priest do that, and on the other side you have this dude just standing there. And when the priest goes, "You're forgiven," he gets fucking flung back into the wall behind him. So yeah, you know what? Fair enough. Fair enough. I'm not even gonna say anything about that. Sounds fun. Honestly, could have been me. That could have been me. You could have had streaming Nun K. That sounds. Me remembering some of the Nun assets that I saw for VTubers. None of them godly, but all of them pretty. Don't mind that. They were very pretty. Would not fit my model at all, but like they were pretty. But also, I think people would scream blasphemy at that point. What is Estarossa, by the way? Like, is it something important? Yes, I have absolved you of your sins. You have been forgiven. No sins in this server in this chat anymore. Don't worry about it. Confessional stream with a nun outfit. Okay. So, I'm going to open something on my screen in a moment. And it's gonna not fit the screen for a second. So you have to wait for me to readjust the size, okay? Where is it? Is it this one? When did I make it? It might be this one? No, it might not be. Oh my god, why am I doing it like this? Show me a preview. Small icons. No, bigger icons. Large icons, extra large icons. Show me. Okay, it is this one. I'm about to show you something. And this stays a secret between us, okay? As soon as it opens, that is. Oh my god. My hand is in front of it. Let me move it. Move it to this direction. this outfit and confessional stream. What do you guys think? This was almost my new outfit. This was a redesign of my VTuber that I had. So I could go back, like I could make that a reality. I am not even saying anything. We could make it a reality. Not necessarily Lunar Priest. This one is very inspired by both Artemis and Apollo. So that is what it is inspired by. But it's not wrong. I mean, it definitely has Lunar Priest vibes. So... yeah. Okay, so I hear that the people demand a confessional stream where I free you of your sins. Okay, I got it. I'm writing that down. We're not forgetting about it. I'm glad that you are on board with whatever ideas are brought up. I'm stealing the name of Canaan. Who was it? Oh, it was blank. Yeah, I'm stealing that. I'm stealing the Canaan. Canaan. There we go. Canaan outfit confessional stream. There we go. And if I don't get sidetracked, you might even look at Reddit stuff. I don't know. I'm glad that everyone is so on board with that. Also, yeah. That is gonna be the quote-unquote nun outfit that I have, because I don't think I would be comfortable going into, like, doing it with an actual nun outfit. Just because of the implications. And because I did in fact decide against becoming a nun in the end, as you might be able to tell. By me not being a nun. So yeah, I don't think I would be that comfortable with doing that. So, you know, holy water is ready and the holy grenade as well. Let's go. I'm glad that everything is ready. Okay. Now, let me close that again. So we can go back to the OC stream actually. There we go. But yes, that would have been one of my, would have been a new outfit for me, because I was actually thinking of having that be like the first live 2D model for myself. So that is why it's like very much looking like that. It's not prepared with like all the layers and stuff like that. It's also still very sketchy because the lace that I put on that, it's not lace. I just made scribbles. I made scribbles and hope that no one's gonna look too closely, because it's just my sketch. So, you know, let's go. I'm glad everyone is so inspired by Canaan. Anyways, behave, my children. Don't know. What is... Okay, wait. Because I don't know, because the part of Christianity that I am part of, only men can become priests, right? And like, if you talk to them, you're like, Father, what is blah blah blah, whatever. If someone is not in that part of Christianity, if they're in like the part of Christianity where women actually can become priests themselves, because I know my grandparents are in that part of my grandparents and my father. Well, I'm not surprised. I didn't grow up with them, so yeah, I wouldn't know. But I'm sitting here like, what would you call that? Like, is it mother? Because the thing is, if you go into a confessional, the sentence is, Father, forgive me for I have sinned. And then you go into your confession and like, he says something in response, and you, like, you do your confession. Or if you're like me, and you have to do it for one of your rites in Christianity, one of them, and they're like, oh, you actually have to do a confessional beforehand. He calls you into his office instead of the confessional booth. So yeah. You did stop your religious studies in school. That's so fair. Oh my god. Before we go into the fanfiction, can I tell you one story? It's not gonna make me look good, but also, it is a story that has to do with religious studies in school. So yeah. Also, Blink, I think priestess might work. I don't think the Christian belief would use priestess just because it is too too much involved in the minds of people with quote-unquote heathens and pagans and stuff like that. So I think they would not use priestess. But maybe I'm wrong. I mean, I grew up in Germany, so what do I know? So one of the things is, in where I live, we have religion studies like starting in elementary school, like very early on, and it's like it depends on which school you go to, what is actually covered in religion studies. But when I like finished my regular schooling, like had my first degree and everything, and I went on to like further studies the first time. Like before I went off to college, but it was also not regular school anymore, you know? I was like, and in between, it was like, in theory, if I had put one more year into that class, into that school, I could have gotten like access to specific university courses already, even without like needing all of the other stuff, right? So that's the kind of school I went to. Not the important part. That's just flavor text. The thing is, we had like two buildings. One of them is the main building, and it was like a bit further away. Like having to use the train, like take the train for, I don't know, a good while, and like then get into a bus so you could actually get to where the school building is. But because they knew that a lot of people will have trouble getting there, because it is quite a way, they had a secondary building that was closer to where I lived, where I just had to like take the train for a station, and then we were there, and then like a 15-minute walk maybe. And because they put like a lot of the people in this school building, because we all came from like the same place, obviously, like we were all closer to that building. So there were like a lot of us, and we were like pretty close-ish. Like even in the class, even if you were like not friends, you would still be able to like talk to everyone, because like sometimes you would just be, because everyone else was going somewhere else, you would just be like waiting for the train, and like someone else was there, so you would like make small talk with them, you know, just the usual. So when we did our second year there, our teachers, like the school, offered us, oh, by the way, you have religion studies again this year, but if you want to switch over to, it was literally called ethics, which was for the non-Christian students, because like the percentage of Christian students is so high where I live that it's either Christian religious studies, or you go into the other one that's just gonna have everyone who doesn't want to attend like the Christian studies, which is like a decision that parents can make. But yes, and the thing was, I didn't mind either, but the actual Christian religious studies would have been in the main building. You know, the one where we have to like go for like travel for a longer time, especially now that we've already traveled to this school building. We have like an hour of a break between like our last class and the next class, and next class is religious studies, so we would have to really try hard to be on time for the religious studies. So me and a friend, we decided that, okay, we're gonna switch to ethics because it's gonna be in this school building and we don't have to switch. Like, okay, we're gonna have like an hour of a break where we can just do whatever, so we can just start on like coursework or something like that. And that was that. And the thing is, I had a falling out with one of the girls in my class. The thing is, thing is, was she at fault? Yes. Was I at fault? Maybe I shouldn't have yelled at her for it. So, I did apologize to her. Maybe I should give you more context so you can actually know the context behind everything. If I'm yapping anyways, might as well yap, The thing was, we were working on like a group project. And the first day it was like groups of 3. We had me, that girl, and another girl that we were also friends with. And in the first day, that, like, the other girl that we were friends with was sick. She was out, but like, it was the first day. We were just brainstorming like what we want to do, about it. And like, we could send her messages, she would respond, And so we did that. And like, by the end, this friend, like the one that I had the falling out with, the one that was there on the first day, she never really sent us her stuff for the presentation. And then we bothered her, like, we have to hold it tomorrow, we have to finish the presentation today, can you send us your stuff so we can put it on the presentation? And she sent it to us, like, she was out sick, so she sent it to us, and we're like, yeah, we're gonna put it onto the like, presentation in the way she sent it to us, because we assumed that we had weeks to work on this, it would be ready, like, presentation ready, by the time she sent it to us. But she sent us the whole text, like, a whole reading thing. I was saying that, like, so do we now have to, like, cut it down? How are we supposed to know which part of the point she needs to, like, know what she is talking about? Because, like, you need to kind of know which sentence belongs to which point you're trying to make, like, which bullet point belongs to the point that you're trying to make. Because what if we have a bullet point on the first, like, part of the slide of the presentation for her, but actually it was supposed, like, what she talks about was supposed to be on the second slide because it makes more sense, and she just mistook it because, like, the point was apparently similar enough or something like that. So we were just like, yeah, we can't really do anything. We sent her another message like, hey, can you please tell us what needs to be, like, just give us, like, the bullet points for what needs to be on the slides. And we didn't get that back, so we just put everything on the slides, and she had to take care of that, like, on the morning of the presentation, because our presentations were all on the PCs in school, because we're not allowed to do them at home. And, like, it doesn't matter, the presentation happens, and after the presentation, I got the best grade, by the way, out of my group. I do have to plug that, I'm sorry. I am petty in that way. We leave the classroom, and we're not even far, right? Like, all of the students are still there, like, all of the students going to and fro. She just turns around, is like, what the fuck did you guys do? Like, what the fuck kind of presentation was that? I just had to go in, fix, like, everything. And the thing is, I got so pissed off at her because, like, that is what you sent us. You didn't send us what you need to have on the presentation. We didn't get what you need to have on the presentation. Literally, after the first day, there was not much work she did anymore. Like, the brainstorming, yeah, but after that, it was mainly the other girl and I who did the stuff. So she got angry at us, so the other friend that actually did work, she didn't say anything, but I got so pissed. I actually yelled at her, like, what right does she think she have to go at us like that? Because she wasn't there to work on it. She didn't send us shit to put it in there properly. Like, what the fuck is her problem, right? Like, basically, I was just going off on her, like, what right do you think you have to go at us because of that? Like, be there, do your work, and don't complain. If you don't do your work, you can't complain. We should be happy that anything was on the presentation, actually. But yeah. If you can imagine, we were not on speaking terms after that. I did, like, after, like, the next lesson, I realized that, hey, maybe I shouldn't have yelled at her, so I was like, hey, can we talk for a second? And she was like, yeah, sure. So we went, like, to the side and was, like, apologizing to her. I'm like, hey, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have yelled at you. My point still stands. You didn't send us the stuff. But I shouldn't have yelled at you. I should have said it in a way that was not yelling. And I was also like, yeah, sorry, I'm a bit high strung because there's like also stuff going on for me, so I'm sorry, that's not an excuse. I should have done better. I should have realized that I shouldn't have like let it out on you just because like you got angry at us. I should have handled it more maturely, basically. And she's like, yeah, no, it's okay. And I thought it was it, right? I was like, yeah, we apologize. I'm like, if she doesn't like mind it anymore, I'm just gonna let it go. In general, because like I apologized. I can't do more than apologize. Because I don't think I was in the wrong for what I said. I thought I was in the wrong for how I said it, and I still stand by that. I shouldn't have yelled at her. But I still firmly believe that if you don't do your work, you can't get angry at others for not doing your work for you. So yeah. And basically that resulted in kind of the class shunning her. At first I didn't even like realize that much because I was still like pissed at her. So if she came to a group, I would leave because, you know, especially because like a day or two after my apology, she sent me a WhatsApp and was like, "Hey, yeah, so I know that you apologized, but like I think your apology was shit because like what you told me, like what was going on in your personal life, like that is such an obvious lie. Like I can believe that you thought that you could get through with this." And I sent her like an official letter that I got sent because of like what was going on. It was like, the fuck are you talking about? Here, read it. I don't need you to believe me, but okay, it's over for me. We don't need to be friends anymore. I don't care. Do with that what you will. I'm gonna block you now. And the thing is, she never even like properly admitted that, yeah, no, she was wrong about being like, oh, you lied about that. So, you know, I was just avoiding her wherever I could. And apparently that resulted in most of the class like kind of shunning her or like not being as excited about spending time with her anymore either. Because as I found out later, by someone, they were really annoyed with her previously already because she would do the thing where if someone says, oh yeah, I'm doing this thing, like I'm learning how to ice skate, or oh yeah, my dad is actually there and there for a business trip now, then she would be like, oh yeah, actually I've been ice skating too and I'm like so good at it. Or like, oh yeah, my dad, he goes to on business trips abroad like all the time and he always gets me back like the souvenirs and stuff like that. And yeah, he has been there too. Yeah, he said it's really nice and he's gonna bring me there next time. Or, you know, like that kind of stuff is what she did. So apparently that is why a lot of people were just like, yeah, no, we don't really have to interact with her anymore. All that to say, I only realized at like the end of the first year, because this happened in our first year, I think around middle-ish, so I was just ignoring her straight up for like half a year in school. So at the end of the school year, we had to go to the main building and like clean and stuff like that, and she lost her phone. And she made like a whole deal out of it because like I understand you lost your phone, you want your phone back, everything. So like people helped her search, I helped her search too. And then in the end we found it in the secretary's office because someone picked it up because someone lost it and brought it to the secretary's office. So that's where she got it and could pick it up. And then she was just going on about like, oh, why would they do that? Like, why would they just pick up a random phone and like bring it to the secretary's office instead of just leaving it where it is? And one of the guys, he just turned around and yelled at her to just shut up because she's so annoying. Like, everyone was stunned. Because with me avoiding her, it was just like, I didn't know that it got that bad, right? So I was just standing there like, oh, okay. I guess. But all that to say, in the second year is when we had to decide between the Christian, like religious studies and like the other, like ethics, right? Ethics class. And I was like talking to a friend, like, yeah, I mean, I don't have a car. And like, I can't really, just hope for you guys to drive me like every time. like to be there every time like we have religious studies. Like, what if you guys are sick? Like, you know. So I think I'm gonna switch to ethics. I always wanted to see how these classes go anyways, so I don't mind. I'm gonna switch to ethics and like stay in this building. And she was like, oh yeah, she's gonna do the same. Because she is actually not someone who usually goes like to the Christian studies. So it was like, yeah, I can like spend more time with you. Like we can just hang out during like our break and stuff like that. And then it evolved into like almost everyone in the class being like, yeah, let's all switch to an ethics class, because like actually like driving over to the main building is like super annoying. And then someone brought up the idea of, hey, how about we don't tell this one particular girl about it, like that we're all switching, because if she knows that we're all switching, then she's gonna switch for sure as well. And then like we kind of have to deal with that, right? And yeah, so we all switched to ethics class, and I think she was the only one who had to do the commuting between the two buildings. And I do feel kind of bad about that, because I could have said, hey, that's not nice. But also, I was still mad at her, so I didn't, because, you know, I was mad at her. Anyways, that is all that. Like, like I said, it's not gonna make me look good, the story, but, you know, I just didn't want to, you know, just give in, stuff like that, but, like, I mean, she didn't seem too unhappy about it. Like, I never saw her complain. And actually, like, towards the later half of the second year, she even drove me home sometimes. So we were on talking terms again and stuff like that. And it seems like she didn't hold any of that against me. And, you know, so I guess all's well that ends well, even though it didn't end well. But, like, you know, in a way. Yeah, that is more K-lore. Also probably the reason why they wouldn't have accepted me as a nun anyways. Well, actually, they would have probably sent me into a confessional. So I can get rid of all of my sins prior to becoming a nun and promising myself to the ultimate husband, which is... Wait, do we marry Jesus Christ or God? Fuck. We marry one of them. So yeah. Actually, maybe I would have still be able to become a nun after that. But yeah, that's that story. I'm sorry. Story time is over. I'm gonna keep my diabolical story to myself. I'm not, because I just aired it on, I don't know, like national TV. This is not national TV, but like, you know. It's fine. I hope you did enjoy the more lore drop. Also, this might explain why Priest Kale, Nun K, might blast you through the wall. I'm sorry, everyone. I hope I didn't dirty my opinion, your opinion of me. There we go. I almost switched that around the wrong way. Too much. But yes, that is that. Let's go on. We still have Tori fanfictions. I hope everyone is still here. I'm sorry. I went off there. For a tangent, my bad. Okay, I'm glad that you don't think I'm the worst human alive now. I'm glad about... I'm actually... Like, I'm laughing, but, like, I'm also sitting here, like... This is actually one of the things that makes me feel actually bad. Where I'm like, actually, maybe I should have intervened. Maybe I should have gotten myself involved more. After noticing that the shunning was actually going on. Because, like, you know... Like, I'm not saying it was my fault necessarily, but I think it definitely made it either happen faster or made it happen more dramatically, in a sense. Because I think if the fallout didn't happen between me and that girl, where it was like this real big fight that everyone witnessed. Because like I said, she didn't wait to confront us. We were out of the door. I'm pretty sure the teacher heard it as well. So I'm sitting here like, girl, what are you doing? The teacher can hear you. I'm pretty sure that's gonna dox you some points on the presentation, but okay. But that's not the point, sorry. But yeah. I think it did definitely not help in how it went in general for her. It was years ago, yeah, it was. Okay, wait. How long have I been out of college? Like 3 years already? I spent like 2 years in college. It must have been over 5 years, maybe 6. So yeah. I can tell you that I did not. I didn't have a car or a license. But I might have been freshly-ish 18. Me trying to do math. How old am I? Okay, wait, if it was about the time that I was 18, 19. Because I remember shortly after I was 18, I stopped like one of my schoolings because I went to a language school. After like finishing my regular schooling, I went to a language school that I had to stop going to. So I stopped that like in the middle of the year-ish. And then like when the new school year started, I went to the school, which is when that happened. And I know I did not have, because I was living outside of my own home, I was like living in like one of those dorm rooms. But because I was under 18, I had to be home like in the dorm by a specific time all the time, and like tell the dormitory overseers every time like, hey, I'm in now, I'm not gonna leave again for today, so they know that I'm there for curfew, because I was not old enough yet. And I know that I was shortly about to turn 18 or turned 18 in the time I was there, but shortly before I left. It's one of the two. And after that, I waited for the new school year to start, which was in September, which would have been like a couple months of empty room only. So I would have still been 18. Probably. So yeah. Sorry, me trying to do math, it's not working out. Never mind that it's my own age that I'm trying to calculate. It's probably fine. But yes, you do love K-Yap. I'm glad. I'm glad that you enjoy the K-Yap, even if it's me unearthing my dark history. Oh my god, you've had a similar kind of fight and it was so funny. Do you want to share, Blank? Let me... Okay, wait. Before the people think, where's the fanfiction? Let me undo this again. I'm sorry, Tori. I'm sorry, your fanfiction is getting pushed further and further away because I want to yap. I'm so sorry. But yes. It's fine. Okay, I'm glad. I'm happy that it's not insulting you. I'm glad about that. Maybe one day I will get out my really dark past in schooling. That's the only kind of past that you kind of can get, where I will be talking about the bullying. Because don't worry, Kay was not always that 18, 19-year-old one who accidentally started bullying someone, I guess. Usually Kay was the bully victim. Now that you think about it, we always go on tangents during your OCs, and you find it funny. I'm glad you find it funny. I do think it is the brain power on my side that makes me go on tangents, because the longer the stream goes on, the less focused on one thing I can stay. So if I see something, I'm just like, oh my god, let me talk you. I have to tell you guys this right now. Like, I'm very sorry about that. Let me try to put your OC to the front next time. Because if we get Cheese full OC sheet for next month, I can put him to the end, which would make sense actually. Like, lore-wise, not lore-wise, that's not what you call it. It would make sense though to put Cheese OC at the very end. Then it depends on who else's OCs I get, but I will be putting you further to the beginning next time. And then I'm gonna go on tangents on Cheese OC. Don't worry about it. But yes, it's okay. I'm glad that you never minded. It's very nice of you and very forgiving of you. I appreciate that. But yes, me sitting here like, what else can I tell you guys before we start the fanfiction and while I wait for Blank's message? Oh yeah, hydrate, stretch, and unshrimp everyone. That is a very good idea. Let's go. Let's stretch. And hydrate, y'all. Also, watch me get cancelled because the girl I was talking about just now, for some reason, I'm not in contact anymore with anyone from that school. But just imagine, for some reason, she finds this very specific segment about talking about how I accidentally started bullying her. And, you know, then it just takes its course, I guess. Don't worry, I don't even think that is something that's cancelable. Also, I don't... Who's gonna cancel me? 2 days until we are past the halfway point of 2025. Don't remember me. That's not what I wanted to say. Don't worry about it. My brain just had brain cell overload. Don't worry about a single thing. But also this year has already felt so long and yet so short. I'm still missing an entire week of June. Oh my god, K is uncancelable. Is that a pun on unconsolable? Is it? Is it? Also, while I'm just sitting here yapping before we go into the fanfiction, let me do an ad read for you for a second. It's not an actual ad read. I'm just advertising my own stream. That doesn't count as an ad read, does it? Let me just... Hi everyone! Welcome to today's OC stream. We are almost at the end. We're going to be reading one fanfiction still, and then we will be maybe talking a bit more before ending it. But yes, we have these OC streams once a month, every last Saturday of the month. I am usually notifying everyone multiple times on Discord. Actually, let me plug that as well. Why not? On Discord, where you can also send me some of your OCs either in the server in the appropriate channel or in through the DMs to enter your OCs into the next stream that we are going to have. What we're going to do is, as you see, we have a little slide for every single character with some information. I read out all of the information you give me, even if it is a wall of text. We love those, actually. Anything additional you want to send as well, like fanfiction, additional art you have of your character, we are going to show that off or read that out as well. And we have employees of the month, as you can see in the... Is it the left side? It should be the left side if you're looking at your screen. There you can see some of the employee of the month art, because we pick one of the OCs every time at the end of the stream and randomly pick one of the OCs to win some free fan art drawn by yours truly. Yay, that is my ad read over. I used the time very wisely, didn't I? So yes, I just have to sometimes plug my OC stream again, because I do love them so much, actually. Me sitting here like, give me more OCs, please, everyone. I need them, please. There is also an entire flyer in my Discord about what all of the information is for the OC stream, in case anyone is wondering. It's pinned in the OC channel, so that everyone can reference it on the details for OC streams. So yeah. Hey. Okay, let's see. Let's read Crash's message and then we can look at what Blank wrote. It's honestly a rough moment because 2 of your VTuber mates went into hiatus. Oh. One's currently in hiatus and the other is going into hiatus. I see. Okay, okay. I hope they both have the chance to come back soon. Did they give an estimation of how long they're going to be in hiatus, or are you just going to have to wait? Okay, let's see. What is the Blank story? Thank you for sharing it with us, by the way, Blank. Thank you for sharing your past with us after I shared mine with you. Okay. It's been like 3 years since this happened, and back then you still had your headaches, and it was particularly bad that day since you had it in school, but luckily you had given the school the letter from the doctor already, and you were just there on the last bench, just dying, and the class ended. Okay. It was break, and the people in front of you had a group, and it was kind of a group of bullies, and the rest of the group came along. And they like, hey, get up, we want to sit there, and you didn't answer because you were struggling, and then, like, he tried to grab you, oh damn, and pull you aside, and while pulling you aside, he grabbed your hair, and it hurt so much, you just snapped around and hit him straight in the face. Good for you, you, actually, fair enough, and hit him straight in the face, and then went after the others, even though they were just standing there. And you got called into the office, but the camera saved you. After that, people just didn't talk to you, which you were actually genuinely happy about. Okay, I see. I mean, I'm glad that you had the ability to retaliate, because that sounds not like a good situation, actually. I'm glad that it was not worse. And I'm glad that you got the positive effect out of it, that they left you alone. Me also sitting here, I should not say violence is the answer, but I fear in this case it might have been. Yeah, thank you for sharing that one, Blank. Also, let me drink something again. I'm gearing up to read the fanfiction to you guys. You didn't hear that, don't worry about it. I just took a very big gulp and I forgot that maybe doing the ha into your ears directly, because the mic is right in front of me, might be a bit too ASMR for some of you. Don't worry about it. One of them is going to return early July. Oh, okay, that's not too bad. The other will go into hiatus the same month. Okay. The third has come back 3 weeks ago. You know, oh yeah, it's rotten, isn't it? Yeah. I was just pouring some more water. Don't worry about it. It's still not water. I'm still drinking tea. I don't know why I keep saying water. Yeah. Yeah, they should have just left you alone on that bench. Especially if there's like other benches, then yeah. Yes, ASMR pouring! I hope you guys enjoyed it! At some point I have a whole tea set that's just... Not the tea set, it's like a teapot and stuff like that. And the teapot is a frog. And the teacups are tadpoles. And it's so cute, and I got it as a gift from a friend, and I love it so much. It's so cute, it's so stinking cute. But I don't really have reasons to use it a lot, so I don't know. What could we do with that? Actually, there is a stream that I was planning on doing. I'm gonna just tell you guys. It's not a big, it's not one of the surprises that I had planned anyway, so I can tell you. It's actually a hand camera, stream kind of deal. Because I have, mini DIY, book nuke thingies that I want to build, but I also don't want to build because I'm not good at building them, so I'm gonna use you guys to to be my accountability, in the sense of if I do it for you guys, then I have something to do on the side while I do it, so yeah. Can you eat the tea set? Yes, so long as I get it back afterwards. Yes, 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 yes. Tea Talk ASMR stream. I mean, that could work too. Yes. I mean, I can combine them, because if I'm building something, I have like two actual like book nukes, like big ones, like one bigger than the other one, but like decently sized both, and like just a small one that's like a Japanese garden. When I realized, me looks at the back of the thing after I bought it, and me sitting there like, why is there a brush in there? Looks closer. Why is there colors in there? I have to paint something for that one. What type of tea are we talking? Okay, so I don't know if you guys know that website, where you can make like custom tea blends. What was the name? Fuck. But you can make like custom tea blends, and if you get like a trial size of the tea blend, especially because people can make tea blends for like specific characters, like Genshin characters were like a big one when I was ordering. So you can make a blend where it's Barbara inspired, for example, and like then the tin can has like a picture of Barbara on it and has the tea leaves inside, basically. And I still have a lot of those, so we can have that kind of tea. Do I know what half of the teas are? No, not anymore. Could I look what they are? Yes. Is there only tea that I am afraid of with a friend? Yes. Is there something in that tea that smells like smoke powder? Yes. It smells like you're about to fire a gun. So yeah. Honestly, I think we're gonna be good with all of the teas I have on hand, so that's great. But yes, the thing is, you can't make an account on the website, because otherwise like people would come and just make blends for characters and make like blends that are not good. So the thing is, you have to order from them once, and then you have an account that they give you automatically that you can use for future orders, or to make your own tea blends. So you cannot make your own tea blends if you have not bought from them before. Which I understand, like don't let people just make random tea blends, because that one that smelled like smoke powder, I am questioning how you drink that. But also, it's apparently a legitimate tea. Have you ever tried camellia tea? Me, I have to see if that's the same flower that I'm thinking of. Because if it is, then the answer is yes. If it isn't, then the answer is no. Because if it is the one that I'm thinking of, it means that I probably drank it when I got sick to help my throat, but it might not be that one. Let me look up what the flower looks like. Camellia. Actually, let me... Tea. Oh my god, yeah, I spelled it incorrectly. What? Apparently there's just one M in there. From the looks of it, I have. It looks like that tea. Let me look up the chamomile tea that I'm thinking about as well. Chamomile tea, there we go. Okay, so that's a different one. Okay, yeah, now I got it. But it looks like one that I've drunk before, maybe? At least the white flowers look similar to something I've seen before. Actually, maybe they remind me... This one picture might just remind me of a strawberry plant, actually. Maybe that's what I'm doing. Maybe I'm just... you know. Me sitting here. Wasn't Assam tea the one that's by a cult? I don't think it is, but like... oh no, it was the Yogo tea or something like that. I'm pretty sure. Okay. I might have had it in another tea, like as like the base for another tea. But I don't think I've gone out of my way to just have that tea on its own. Is it good? Do you like it? Tea to Crasher tastes like charcoal. I can't do anything about it. I'm so sorry. I do not know what I could tell you about that. Also, maybe because I don't think I have a picture of the tea things anymore, do I? That's not my camera. That's not my gallery. Me just zooming through all of my pictures. Oh my god, they're pictures of when I was in France. A lot of Disney... Is it World or Land in Paris, actually? Disneyland Paris or Disney World? It's a land, right? It's a super delicate taste. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that would make sense if I had it as a base for like other teas before. Because usually the teas that I buy, they have like a base tea and then like other stuff in it as well to like have different aromas go along with each other. So I don't. Let me not search for the teas right now. I'm sorry. We should move on to the fan fiction of Tori. I think I've done enough. Maybe. But yes, so maybe that will be a stream sometime soon-ish. Probably not in July. Probably afterwards, at some point. Which would make sense. If it's not in July, it's gotta be afterwards. It's been almost 5 hours. Yes, we should get a move on. I'm sorry. Let's actually get into your fanfiction, should we, Tori? I'm so sorry, Tori. I'm so glad that you find it funny. Okay, let's start with Tori's notes for this one. Fanfics this time are shorter in length than their usual work, and that is on purpose since Tori wanted to experiment with more stylish fonts and fancier words. On that note, only Kay will see the first thing I'm talking about. That is true. I will be the only one to see the fonts. Yet Tori still had fun writing them. Next note. Tori was so fucking close to change the few times the word calendar appeared to calendar. You guys have no idea. I'm so sorry that I ruined the word for you. I'm so sorry. Okay, next note. One of Tori's current obsessions with the fanfics is reading them for herself aloud with what Tori can only surmise is the narrator voice, and it gets her so unbelievably high of their own hype. So much so that it is kinda embarrassing how hyped Tori becomes, but oh well, the consequences of being so enamored by one's own creations. As you should be, as you should be. As always, thank you all for listening to my madness made manifest in text format. I forgot to change out the my in there, but like, just assume that Tori said that, everyone. Okay. Smoke that always fell. Calendar year 1902 according to a newspaper. Location, border of the old guard of Constant. Humans are curious creatures, are they not? They invent in the name of progress, kill in the name of ideas, forgive for the sake of futures yet unborn. Of all their marvels, none have lingered in my thoughts as long as the humble cigarette. Death condensed into a stick, a timer of ash and bitter breath, a promise that never keeps. And still, I cannot let go of them. They grant me a sensation I ought never to possess, mortality. A lie, and yet a beautiful one. They offer me more hope than my sister, whose very essence is hope. Yet my body, cursed in its mercy, doth repair the damage without fail. I smoke now from habit, no longer from curiosity. Too many years, too many centuries. I scarcely recall when it began, nor care I to remember. I do recall this. A time when humans feared a disease that roiled them from within, blamed upon these slender sticks. I had yet to meet Yon, had yet to speak with happiness. I wondered then, as I do now, seeking some end. I tried them, thinking mayhaps, but no. The Black Death did not claim me, Nor did this. The first inhalation scorched me. My cells shrieked. My lungs twisted into iron and flame. I felt as though some beast, newborn, clawed, screaming, sought to tear its way out through my ribs. My nose bled as though the mind itself had ruptured. A river pouring freely into a sea of smoke. And in that single instant, I felt what it was to die. To be allowed to die. It was intoxicating. More intoxicating than anything crafted by mortal hands since the burning of the House of Recollection, where wisdom turned to ash, and no one wept enough to stop it. Now? Now my body accepts the smoke too easily. It dulls, it forgets. Yet I do not. I feel each cell as it withers beneath the heat. I feel my lungs retwist themselves anew. But never again like that first time, when I spent a handful of mortal coins in a town whose name I never cared to learn. And for that, I curse their creation. The mind seeks ruin, the body denies it. A poet once claimed the body follows the mind in death. A lie spoken sweetly by those who never tested it. I have, and I speak plainly. The ruin I seek shall never be answered by the flesh. My voice, always too clean, too whole, never a groan, always a dove. I wait for dullness, it never comes. Not even barefooted upon the earth, not even when the smoke clings to my lungs like a final prayer. Still, I raise my cup to that which once burned so sweetly, and as always, I do not speak to be heard. I speak so I do not forget the sound of myself. Okay, that is the first fanfiction that Tori shared with us. It was very nice. I really liked it. Very loved the prose actually. I hope everyone else enjoyed it too. Let me drink something before we go on to the second one. And if you wanna talk about the fanfiction, please do. I'm gonna give you a couple minutes if you need to. I don't know. I do need to drink some tea though. I almost punched out one of my teeth. I'm exaggerating, by the way, don't worry about it. I was just not good at drinking once again. You worked a little bit harder on those? I see. I would say it really paid off. I really liked the writing for the first one. Right, it was so descriptively written. It was really nice. Also really fun to read out, I'm not gonna lie. Words were not wording at first is such a mood. But yes! Very nice, very lovely. Like it a lot. Okay, the next one is kind of a short one, so... Me sitting here trying to... No, we're gonna take a break after the next one as well, even if it is a bit of a shorter one. So, just so we can say anything about the fanfiction if you want to. Don't worry about it. Okay, that was my last little sippy sip. The first time she slept. Calendar year 1376, according to passing merchant caravan. Location, Great Desert of Rubilo, Kingdom of Latas. The desert offers no softness. Even the wind carries teeth. I had not meant to find her. My path curved unbidden, sand dragging against my soles like fingers trying to hold me back. The sun above was cruel, the heat like a command. Turn away. But something beneath the dunes whispered, justice. I felt her before I saw her. Not in noise, not in vision, but in the stilling of the world. Even the heat hesitated near her. She lay, as if carved into the sand itself, half buried, one hand raised, palm up, as though she had paused mid-verdict. Her eyes were closed, but her presence pressed outward like a silent gravel against the air. Her body, untouched by wind or erosion, her breath, if any, too solemn to disturb the dust. She did not dream, she waited. Witches do not age, but even among us, justice was older than rule or record. Her silence was not passive. It commanded silence in return. I sat beside her for 3 days. I said nothing. I sketched her face. I marked the angle of her brow, the line of her hand, the way even the flies kept their distance. And then I left. But before I did, I wrote in my journal, I have found one more. Let none follow, let none wake her. That is the end of the second fanfiction. Like I said, a bit shorter, but also really nice. I assume this is a story searching for one of the sisters, right? It is, I mean, it kind of obviously would be Justice. So yeah. You tried making them like diary entries written centuries apart. It was challenging but very right. I'm so glad that you guys trust me to read out the stuff for your OCs and your fanfictions actually, because why can I not redo it rewarding? I'm glad it was very rewarding at the end for you, Tori. And I'm very glad that we get to see these fanfictions. Actually, I should call them stories, they're not fanfictions. They are for your own canon, so that would not make them fanfictions. I mean, you would be a fan of your own canon, so maybe it works. But yes. Then we move on to the third and last story that we have gotten for a story. Especially the recordings of yourself reading them. Let's go! Lovely. Okay, let's go for the last story for today, everyone. Even the sands has forgotten. Calendar year 1534, according to a dying man chained to a rock. Location, Great Desert of Jubilo, Free States of Morica. It has been longer than I meant. I returned today, a century, perhaps 2? What is time when one does not sleep? The desert still bites, the winds still gnash, but she is no longer here. No marker, no imprint, no presence. Worse than her death, her absence. I bled today. Not from grief, from heat. My body, for all its regenerative rebellion, still responds. Nosebleeds, dehydration, a throat that peels, a mind boiling inside its skull. I do not care. The blood runs freely now, thick and unceasing. It coats my lips, it soaks the sands. Each step I take in search of her leaves a crimson trail behind me, visible even against the sun-blasted white of this forsaken land. Should I not have bled as I have today, a village would mourn their dead. A continent would shudder its doors in fear of a plague. But I am not them. I do not die. I have left enough blood behind to fill a tomb. But there is no body, no sister. Just sand, ever shifting. Just the heat, ever mocking. I fell once, fell hard, face to the dust, and laughed. Laughed because I thought, for one stupid moment, that she had moved herself, that she had woken. But she has not. She is not here. And yet, she is not dead. I would know. I always know. This place, where I once sat for 3 days in reverent silence, where my sketchbook still bears the lines of her sleeping face, this place has forgotten her. But I have not. I carve her name into the dunes. I shout it, voiceless. I burn my feet on the sand, trying to trace a shape with steps. I weep blood until I can't feel my jaw. And then I write, in what remains of my voice. Even if the sands has forgotten, I will not. The wind swallows my words. The sky offers no shade. But somewhere beneath it all, I still hope she is listening. Recovered in fragments beneath an obsidian ridge. Blood confirmed non-human. Identity of writer suspected. Okay, that is the end of the third fanfic. It's still not a fanfiction, of the third story, everyone. Oh, this was fun. Also, me sitting here like, where did she go? Me sitting here like, where's Justice? Very good work, Tori. I really, really liked all of them today. They were really great. I really liked the prose and the flow of the stories. Let's go. Thank you so much for sending them in once again. For us to enjoy them. Everyone let me drink something and let's all clap for Tori. God, I can't drink anymore. I'm so sorry. Justice is somewhere. Okay, good. But yes, everyone, you did so well today. That was our last OC of the day. Should I go back to the starting screen? Now that we are done, I still don't have a finished page, so let me just have you guys on this one. Let me just have you guys over here. And let's not worry about anything. You are so right, Tori. Let's not worry about it. Let's not worry about anything. It's okay. This was so much fun, actually. And like I said, it actually turned out well that we only had 3 OCs for today. Because there was so much to talk about and I totally did not fill even more time with me going on tangents that were not for the OCs. So, yeah. OC app completed, yes! Let's go! We should have it, yes. I should make one. Me sitting here like, should I just make it now? Let's see. Don't worry about a single thing. Let me just... What did you say? Okay, wait. Let me... We're just gonna do it now. So I can't forget. Complete it. And then we move it... Right? There we go, now we have an ending screen! Let's go! Yeah, right? We had less OCs today and we still managed to do that. And you know what? I'm so glad, you guys. I'm so thankful to you. Thank you for just letting me talk sometimes. I appreciate it a lot. Yes, we have one more thing to do. Which is draw the employee of the month for this one. The yapping was so fun, I'm so glad. I'm so glad. Let me just get a random picker. Random wheel picker, sure. I'm gonna put you guys into a wheel and then I'm gonna spin ya. Also, I'm gonna put the coal in there. Not to have him, because if he is the one that gets picked, I'm not gonna take him. But like, you know, just to see if I would be lucky enough to get my own character. You know how it is, right? And Achille. Copy. Paste. Let me just make the names in there a couple times so I have more to pick from. Now let's see who is going to win. Oh my god, it's Achille. It is the one who's going to be here again next month. Me sitting here like, that's gonna be fun. So, anyways, she is gonna be excluded from the gacha next time. That is what it is. I'm so sorry for putting you in the wheel. You guys are hamsters, I'm so sorry. I did not want to break the news to you like that, but you kinda gotta sometimes, right? So yeah. Also, let me just check one message because that decides on what I will do with you guys after I let you out of the basement in a second. Um, I can join you. I'm about to stop my stream so I could send my viewers over to you at of time. If you're okay with that. There we go. Let me just rephrase it. Okay. I'm just gonna wait for the thing, for the response for a second, and then we will figure it out from there. Don't worry about it. I'm not gonna eat any. Oh, you will eat the rest of the hamsters? Actually, it's a very hamster thing to do. It's not to Lva, it is to Hexa, which is a friend of mine who I might be joining in call on her stream in a second because Hexa is. Hexa sent me a message. She's playing a scary game, so she wanted to know if I could join her in call because of that. So yeah. Me sitting here, let me actually check repo. I don't think so. Actually, I'm gonna check it for a second. Hexa is not necessarily the type for games like that. It's the Cabin Factory. Oh, it's the Cabin Factory! So yeah. Okay. Okay, great. You guys, thank you so much for being with me today. I will be sending you over to raid Hexa. Let me just prepare the raid. Oh, I just wanted to raid you before ending my stream and calling you on Discord. There we go. I'm gonna... Me trying to find my raid symbol. Yes, please send me a text. I'm going to try to respond to it. If anyone sends me DMs and there is like really big, like just pauses between what I my last message and the next one, just know that it's me being sidetracked by spooky factory. Okay. So I'm gonna prepare the raid to Hexa, everyone. As always, we're gonna be very nice, right? Okay, well... I'm sorry, I'm organizing this in the last 5 minutes of my stream. Okay, I'm preparing the raid, everyone. Thanks so much for joining me today. I hope you enjoyed all of the OCs. I hope you enjoyed the stream in general. I'm so glad that you all could make your time to be here. I'm so glad about that. I hope you enjoyed it. I already said that, I'm pretty sure. I'm gonna be sending you over to Hexa. Please be nice to her. I'm gonna be there in like a second when I join Hexa on call, so... Now it's time for something spooky after all of the OC app. Okay, thank you everyone. Goodbye. I will be seeing you in a bit, probably. I'm sending you over. Bye bye. I'm sorry, but like